Good morning, everybody. Today is Wednesday, November 5th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of November 2025. Before we get started, I would like to ask everybody to please silence your cell phones. And now may I ask that you all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to God and liberty. Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Today, we will be covering all items noted on our November agenda. With that, Madam Secretary, let's proceed with public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon. We are happy to hear comments from the public as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. So let's start here in Carson City. If there's anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium. Seeing none, let's move to Las Vegas. In Las Vegas, if there's anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium and state and spell your name for the record.
Jennifer Hanson, Jennifer Hanson.
There you go. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Hanson. I work for Station Casinos as a banquet server. I started at Red Rock Casino Resort in November 2006 as an on-call server. I spent 10 years working my way up to the top of the A-list. I was laid off May 2020. My daughter and my son-in-law were also fired by Station Casinos on the same day, and it happened to be on the day that they brought their brand new baby home from the hospital, their first child, into their house that they had just recently purchased. And we had to try and keep it from my daughter, who had just given birth, that all 3 of us had lost our jobs. Shortly thereafter, they unfortunately lost their house and had to move in with me. And then they had to move to Colorado to find work elsewhere since they were never called back to any station's property. I was rehired by Red Rock in July 2021. To add insult to injury, I had to go into the office and pull my name out of a hat to determine my seniority on the C-list position. I am now number 46 on the list, which is worse than when I was first hired there. Today, I wanted to tell you that I'm fighting to get back what I had. With a union contract, others like me and their family will not suffer from the lack of job security, nor will they be forced to give up their seniority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give your comments to the agent if you so choose. Is there anybody else wishing to make a public comment?
Good morning, Ira Dianen for the Culinary Union, DUYANEN. My comment this morning focuses on statements made during a recent hearing before the DC Circuit's Court of Appeal. Late last month, the court held oral arguments on Red Rock Casino Resort and Spa's legal challenge to the National Labor Relations Board's June 2024 ruling, in which the board found that the company's extensive, coercive, and unlawful misconduct stem from a carefully crafted corporate strategy intentionally designed at every step to interfere with employees' free choice whether or not to select the union as their collective bargaining representative. Red Rock is attempting to overturn the NLRB's decision. During oral arguments held before the DC Circuit, Red Rock's attorney asked, what was Red Rock supposed to do here? What were they supposed to do with ongoing union activity? Judge Florence Pan of the DC Circuit stated, so it seemed to me that Red Rock was just not aware of what the law required, or else it would not have been so overtly anti-union. There are better ways to accomplish what it was trying to accomplish. The DC Circuit has not yet issued its ruling, but we are confident that when it does, it will uphold the NLRB's finding that Red Rock's violations of the National Labor Relations Act indeed stem from a carefully crafted corporate strategy. This leads me to ask a basic question of you. If Red Rock or its officials were found to have disregarded Nevada gaming law, we assume the Gaming Control Board would have something to say about it. If the company or its officials were found to have disregarded federal tax regulations or laws governing business operations, we also assume that the Gaming Control Board would take action. Are we correct, therefore, that if Red Rock is found to have violated federal labor law, the Gaming Control Board will take issue with that too? We believe that a Nevada gaming license holder should be held accountable for its actions. We hope you share that belief. We will be submitting the transcript of the oral arguments along with a copy of my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please provide the documentation to the agent in the room in Las Vegas. With that, is there any other individual wishing to step forward and make a public comment? Seeing none, that will close our public comment section for today's meeting. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for October 2025.
We all have had the opportunity to review the disposition. Would either of my colleagues care to make a motion on the disposition?
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to approve the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for October 2025.
Thank you very much, Member Sendall. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you. The motion passes. With that, we'll now start our non-restricted agenda. The board's investigation agents have worked up detailed files on each of these agenda items, and reports have been submitted to the board members. No areas of concern were uncovered during the investigation. Because I'm not aware of any questions or issues with any of these items, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for this meeting. Madam Secretary, please read into the record the items on today's non-restricted consent agenda.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Thomas Jenkin for finding of suitability as a manager at Pioneer Topco GP LLC. Non-restricted number 10 is the application of Winners Gaming Inc. for a disposition of securities as noted on the agenda.
Are there any discussion on these items amongst the board members?
None by me.
None by me, Chairman.
Thank you. With that, would either of my colleagues care to make a motion?
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda items number 4 and number 10 on the non-restricted consent agenda as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Thank you, Member Sendall. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. With that, the motion passes. Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to order of registration. It is also the application of SCT Tropicana and Grand Canyon LLC doing business as the Den LV for a restricted gaming license. Lastly, you have the applications of SCT Holdco LLC, Jeffrey Welch, and Stephen Cootie for licensure as a member, manager, officer, and/or key executive as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Thank you very much. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. I'm Mark Rubenstein of the law firm of Reed, Rubenstein and Bogatz, appearing on behalf of the applicants. With me today up at the desk here are Stephen Cootie, Executive Vice President, Chief Financial Officer of Red Rock Resorts, and Chris Fiamura, Senior VP of Operations of Station Casinos. In the audience, we have Bobby Reel, VP of Small Properties Division, Jason Straub, Director of Taverns, John Pasqualato, Senior VP of Regulatory Compliance, and Michelle Flater, Senior Director of Regulatory Compliance. This application is for a tavern, which normally would be on your restricted agenda, but for the need to amend the order of registration. It's a pretty straightforward application with respect to the location and similar to the 76 tavern applications that were recently approved by this board. Mr. Fiamora is here to answer any questions regarding this location. And Mr. Cootie and myself are prepared to address any questions in regard to the amendment to the order of registration. We're looking at draft number 1 dated October 2nd, 2025.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rubenstein. That's correct. That's the draft that the board has. So I'm glad we agreed to that. So let's take this in 2 parts if we could. First of all, let's talk about the 76 taverns, this specific location. Could Mr. Fiamora maybe give us some background about this location and what your intention is as to this property? It looks like there'll be a couple of months where there'll be a changeover. Can you explain what your plans are for this location?
That's correct, Chairman Dreitzer, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, Christopher, CHRISTOPHER, Fiamara, FIUMARA, Senior Vice President of Operations. Pleasure to be here today. Just to put it into some perspective for you, we're very excited about this location. Obviously we've worked very, very hard to build the 76 brand and bring that Station Casinos hospitality to various parts of the Valley. Our plan for the Den right now, it's a little bit in a fluid state, but we intend to close for a short period of time, do an interior, exterior remodel of the facility and reopen in approximately 90 days. Is the anticipated timeline. We feel that this is a strategic location for us. We kind of consider it a jump ball location in between our Durango Resort and Red Rock Resort. We've done all kinds of demographic studies. We've done matches to our database. We've done traffic counts, and we feel this could be a very strategic acquisition for us. And we're really excited to what we can do to bring new life to this property.
Do you have intentions to do substantial remodel? And if so, what would that time period be?
As previously stated, we believe that our remodel will take approximately 90 days. That would include a refresh of the dining area, the bar, obviously new slot machines, which are currently a jet route operation. We would run our own slots in there, and exterior modifications to give it the brand identity similar to existing 76 taverns.
But nothing more over time. I guess my question was over time, nothing more extensive than that.
Every year we actually will do a capital evaluation of each property. So potentially some enhancements to audio visual and some of the dining area to maybe enhance the guest experience are possible in the coming years.
Okay, very good. And I know you have other applications before us to continue to expand the 76 brand. Could you talk a little bit about the overall 76 brand and where you intend to go with that across the Valley?
Yeah, obviously the goal of the, as we explained in the past, the goal of the 76 brand is to extend the reach of Station Casinos into emerging areas of the Valley. We look at the 76 brand as kind of appeal to a younger demographic where we can introduce a Station brand as they naturally age and progress through the consumer life cycle. They'll be aligned with our larger property boxes as they age out of the tavern scene. So we're excited about that product. We have 5 more in the pipeline, hopefully be open by the end of the year pending licensing, and we continue to evaluate potential sites throughout the Valley as potential locations for the 76 brand.
Good. And in reviewing the materials provided, I believe you certainly have met your burden under 3.015. But Mr. Rubenstein, can you speak a little bit to the thought process around the amount of revenue that is incidental to the business and how Station Casinos looks at that?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chairman. First of all, under the regulations, the revenue test is just one of 7 factors that are to be looked at. With respect to the revenue test, this particular location is within Clark County, and Clark County itself has a 50% threshold for incidental. We don't look at it that way, and the 76 taverns currently operating are well below the 50% threshold without putting the exact number on the public record.
Right. Okay, I appreciate that. And then I had a question. Can you detail, to the extent you can, plans for expansion into the Reno market? And if so, would that be within the 76 brand or generally, or maybe you don't know yet?
Maybe Mr. Cootie can speak. I have no firsthand knowledge of Reno expansion.
No, I think you're referring to the, this, for the record, this is Stephen Cootey, Executive Vice President, STEPHEN, Cootey, COOTEY. I think, Chairman, you're referring to the 8-acre site near the convention center. Currently, right now, we have no plans to expand or develop there.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll turn to the other matter after the other board members have had questions answered around the location. So Member Sandal, any questions about the location at issue?
Thank you. The only other thing I was just going to add or to clarify on the record is, so under your purchase agreement, it essentially includes all assets of the business minus the gaming machines, as you articulated, are going to be Station's own machines. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The current location, the machines belong to Jet, which is a route operator. So they're going to be removed after the closing of the transaction, and we will replace them with our own machines.
That's all I had on the location.
Very good. Judge Assad, about the location.
Thank you, Chairman Dreisler. Gentlemen, nice to see you, Mr. Cootey, Mr. Rubenstein, Mr. Fiamora. You were wise to appear by video today, given the weather conditions we have up here. I'm not sure you would have made it if you would have flown in this morning. I don't have any particular questions. Everything's been thoroughly prepared for us in the application process. The only question I might have is on the conditions, not the conditions, the order of registration, the white paper that Mr. Rubenstein provided us regarding paragraphs 50 through 55. If you could maybe address that, Mr. Rubenstein.
So I guess let me put that on hold for a minute, because that's the second part of this, right?
Okay.
So part one is all questions have been addressed as to the location.
Yeah, I don't have any questions on the location.
Thank you. So as to the application for the amendment to the order of registration, could you, I guess, start with some background as to what happened there and why that's necessary? And then a related question I have was, could you give an example of a transaction that would be made easy or subject to that requirement? Mr. Rubenstein.
Yeah, I will start, and Mr. Cootey may jump in. This is a provision that was in the order of registration that inadvertently got dropped when the order of registration was updated in connection with the deregistration of Station Casinos as a publicly traded company in 2018. Coincidentally, at almost the very same time, this provision was being utilized in order to allow for the pledge of certain interest in Station Holdco and a matching number of interests in Red Rock Resorts B shares to secure a loan for one of the controlling shareholders. That was mainly done for, and these transactions are mainly done in connection with estate planning matters. And these loans are acted on in much shorter timeframes than the typical corporate financings that you would see. And so there's a need for a streamlined process. There's no suggestion that we want to circumvent regulatory scrutiny or approval. It's just the practicality of what these transactions entail really dictate a little bit more streamlined process. And maybe Mr. Cootey. Okay. Mr. Cootey said that covers it.
Very good. And when this, how long would you say this was in the order of registration before it got taken out accidentally?
We want to say, and again, I apologize, I was not counsel of record outside for First Stations, and Mr. Welch, whose appearance you excused, and I meant to thank you for that. He's got his daughter's wedding this weekend out of town. Wasn't there very long either. So there's a little bit of a historical institutional memory gap here, but we believe that the provision went back to 2011.
And to your knowledge, was a transaction ever utilized pursuant to that provision?
The one time it was utilized was the 2018 transaction involving a pledge of up to 8 million units in Station Holdco.
And that was it.
Yeah, to secure a credit agreement.
Very good. Well, that answers all of my questions. With respect to the location, I appreciate the background and information about the location, and appreciate the bit of strategy about what you intend to do with these extended 76 locations. So I fully support that as part of that master plan, this particular location on Tropicana. And then with respect to the amendment to order of registration, I would support putting it back in as it was there before. So that is all I have on the matter. Member Sendall.
Thank you. And just to add to that on the registration, order of registration, my understanding is that staff here at the board also reviewed their files and couldn't quite figure out what happened back then as well. So it's on both ends that we don't really quite know what happened.
Yes, and there's quite some history, both with the reorganization in 2018 and the deregistration, or in 2016 and the deregistration in 2018. There were a lot of moving pieces, and so it's not exactly shocking that something got missed.
But we're happy to fix it now.
Yes, thank you. And we appreciate that. And we appreciate, again, the waiver of Mr. Welch's appearance and allowing us to appear via video. And lastly, would like to thank Senior Agent Aubrey Wilson for her work on the DEN application.
Before we go to motion, sorry, any other questions?
Oh, I was just going to put on the record too. I know we're also licensing member, manager, officer, key executives for Mr. Welch and Mr. Coody, and they have recently been extensively reviewed and thoroughly, that their backgrounds have been licensed and seen and vetted before the board, and happy to support their applications in this licensure as well here. That's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. All my concerns have been addressed. I'm in full support of the application as well. I have no further questions.
Very good. With that, I think we are ready for a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 1, as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, pursuant to the 14th revised order of registration, draft number 1, dated October 2nd, 2025.
Thank you for that. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Brings us then to non-restricted item number 2. Madam Secretary, please read that into the record.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Bobby Sue Rial for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Mark Rubenstein, a law firm of Reed, Rubenstein and Bogatz, appearing on behalf of the applicant. And with me up at the desk is the applicant, Bobby Rial. She's prepared to talk a little bit about her background and then answer any questions you may have.
That's fine. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Rial.
Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sendall. My name is Bobby Rial. I've been a proud resident of Nevada since 1985. My family moved here from Houston, Texas, so my father can pursue his plumbing business. Not long after settling, I met my now husband, Kurt Rial. We've been happily married for 33 years. We have 3 beautiful children, Alexis, Lauren, and Noah, all born and raised in this great state of Nevada. We have 6 grandboys, with grandbaby number 7 due in December. Being a grandparent is truly one of the biggest blessings of our lives. My team would like to say that I was born in hospitality. It's not entirely true, but my parents did own restaurants when I was a child, and this is where I learned to read and tie my shoes. I started off in the business as a busser, and then I was a server, a host, a bartender, and I got into management in 1996. I have multi-unit managed for over 20 years. I have a deep passion for coaching coaching, training, and running a successful business. I joined the stations team in January 2023. I am the Vice President of the Small Property Division, which includes 10 wildfires and 276 taverns. Across the division, we support 386 team members, 338 are at Wildfire and 48 are at 76 taverns. We are very blessed for our team. They are the reason we are successful. I have 10 direct reports who oversee the day-to-day operations of the respective properties. My responsibilities including driving performance, ensuring guest satisfaction, and overseeing all aspects of the small property division. Stations Casinos has a team member first culture, which creates a welcoming family-like atmosphere where both guests and team members feel cared for, making a large company feel like a close-knit family. I am very grateful to work for such a great company. I'd like to thank gaming agent Doug Lippert. He was great to work with. And I also would like to thank all of you for letting me share a little bit about myself today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Veal. First of all, I want to congratulate you on a very impressive career. We appreciate the manner in which you have rose through the ranks quite steadily to your current position. I wanted to get your thought, having been involved in Southern Nevada for some time. What's your view from the perspective of what I guess you would call the small property division? What's your view of how business is, how the economy is, how the gaming economy is?
So the division is doing great. We're actually on track to have our best revenue year on record. We're very local. We're a local casino that caters to locals, and they visit us on a regular basis.
Okay, so with respect to your day-to-day activity, you spoke a little bit about that, but looks like from our materials, it indicates you have 16 direct reports.
That is correct.
And could you talk a little bit about how you manage all of those reports across the properties within Wildfire and then indirectly through 76 properties as well?
Absolutely. I'll run through a typical week. On Mondays, I work out of the Wildfire corporate office. We hold a weekly strategic planning meeting with the GMs and directors. And in the afternoon, I hold one-to-ones for the team that works out of that office, which is our HR, director of finance, our analysts, our director of slots. On Tuesdays, I start my day off at Red Rock. I meet with senior leadership. We go over our weekly strategic plan, make sure that we're in alignment and get any needed support. From Tuesday afternoon through Saturday, I work directly out of the locations. I hold one-to-ones with the GMs and directors and work directly with the team. Being in the buildings is my favorite place to be. The team is the reason that we're successful, and this schedule allows me to fully support them.
Very good. I appreciate that. I have no other questions. Again, I think your career has been on a very admirable trajectory, and you're eminently well qualified, so I intend to support your application.
Thank you.
Member Saad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Very thorough, comprehensive report by Agent Lippert. So I don't really have any questions. I'd just like to compliment you on a stellar career. You're superbly qualified for this position. I don't know how you do it. You manage all these properties at one time, but God bless you. So I'm also in full support of your application.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Sendell.
Good morning, and nice to meet you, Israel.
Good morning.
I had a couple questions about just your background. I noticed in your education that you also considered a career path as a paralegal, and I was just curious how you ended up coming and splitting the road and ending up in the hospitality business.
Yes. So after I became a paralegal, I became pregnant with my second daughter, and I was very ill during the pregnancy. And once I had her, I needed to get right back to work. And where do you go back to work at nighttime? It's the hospitality industry. So that me and my husband, so we didn't have to have a babysitter for her. And then it's in my blood, and I just ended up staying and never going back to being a paralegal.
Got it. Yeah, no, it's just interesting because then I also noticed you have a real estate license, and did you practice that for a little while?
I did when we lived in Utah for about a year. It was great. I missed the fast pace of the hospitality environment. I will tell you that. I made Rookie of the Year with my first year, but I was like, still a little bored.
Yeah, wow, congratulations on that. Well, I guess if as the judge and chairman mentioned, you're so eminently qualified, and it seems like you have a very busy weekly schedule, and you keep a lot of one-on-ones, and you're all over the place and all the properties and with Red Rock and the corporate team. So you shared your duties with us. What I was curious is how did you end up back in 2023 joining Stations?
I was lucky enough, I applied and I was lucky enough to have the opportunity with them, and you hear all the time that Stations has this great culture and family first, and until you live it, it's been amazing. I wish I would have joined them a long time ago.
Oh, that's great. That's wonderful to hear. And my understanding is you've never been licensed here or in any other jurisdiction, so this is your first time.
That is correct.
Okay, great. Well, I'm happy to support your application, and I think Stations is very lucky to have you. And thank you. Happy to move forward with this, and I wish you all the best in your role.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Member Sendell. With that, I believe we are ready for a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much, and good luck in your position.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Non-restricted item number 3 has been removed from the agenda, and therefore no action will be taken on it today. So with that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 are the applications of Peppermill Casinos, Inc. and Wendover Casinos, Inc. for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Member Sindall, Frank Schreck, I'm representing the applicants here. I appreciate the chairman's waiver of their appearance, especially in light of this weather.
Understood.
Prepared to answer any questions that the board might have. Purpose for the extension is that there's been appeal in the probate case by one of the sons, which has the effect of staying the applicant's ability to transfer the shares that have been approved by the Nevada Gaming Commission until that appeal runs its course or the matter is settled with the one son.
Thank you, Mr. Schreck. I guess just the one question I had, this matter is certainly well known to the board and commission. One question I had is, what would you view as a timeline for endgame on this?
Well, the estimated time is 2 years for an appeal to run. That's what I've been told by the California attorneys.
Okay, so you'll just, if necessary, just continue to get waivers.
Yeah, I would like the extension to be 2 years if we can. Otherwise, we just have to return for the same purpose. If we settle in before then the transfers will occur because they've already been approved and we won't have to appear again.
Okay, very good. And I think that's something we may consider for the sake of economy here. But let's see. Member Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Yeah, I'm very familiar with this case. Getting to know everybody on a first name basis here. Nice to see you again, Mr. Schreck. I agree with you. I think the appellate process and the way things move through any court system, especially California's, I think 2 years is probably where I'm leaning. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Sendall.
Yes, good morning, Mr.
morning.
Schreck. I'm in agreement when I saw this and I read this and I thought, why do a 1 year if really it would be safer to just do the 2 year and perhaps you can come back sooner if a resolution is reached and can move forward from there once that's known.
We certainly hope that'll be the case and we won't have to appear here because the transfers will occur.
Oh, correct.
Right.
Great.
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement with my colleagues to economize time and not waste your time or ours to have an interim step to the extent that a 2 year is permissible, which I believe we can. I would be, let me confirm with Mr. McKellar that that's a feasible position.
Yes, Chair, you can do 2 years.
Very good. So with that on the record, I'd be prepared to support a motion for a 2 year extension.
I'm prepared, Chairman, to make that motion if you're ready.
Very good.
Okay. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. the waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 Sub 1 in connection with the approvals granted in November 2025 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in November 2027.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schrift. With that, we'll turn, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 6. Please read that into the record.
Non-restricted number 6, application of for licensure as a key executive at IGT.
Very good. Good morning, Mr. Giordano. Mr. Rodham?
Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Member Judge Assad, Member Sandal. For the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, appearing here with the applicant, Gil Rotem, the CEO of IGT's Digital Group. Thank you for allowing us to appear via video from here in Las Vegas, Mr. Chairman. With your permission, I thought I'd have Mr. Rotem give a brief recitation of his background, training, experience, and then we'll be happy to take questions after that.
That'll be fine, Mr. Giordano. Thank you very much. Mr. Rodham?
Hello, good morning, Mr. Chairman. So I'm Gil Rotem. I've been with IGT for the last 4 years on the digital side, on the digital part. I joined to manage the as the president of iGaming, and then about 18 months ago got the role of the CEO of the whole Play Digital. Before that, I had a 4 years consultancy period, and before that, I spent about 10 years with Bet365 in London, in the UK, part of the board of directors. I started my days in the industry in 2002 with the 888. That's the highlight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodham. What made you first enter the industry?
So my background is technical, and in 2002 I was offered the role as to run the IT and the dev and databases for 888. So I joined as a tech, and then slowly moved more to the business. Then I end up as like a deputy COO for 888 in Gibraltar for a few years. And then when I moved to Bet365 in 2007, it was to really build the business and to focus on the business, on the gaming business.
Very good. And you've been back with IGT since when?
November. So I started as a consultant for them at the end of 2020, and I joined after the consultancy. I was offered a role, and I joined on November 2021.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask you about your current role. It seems with the recent acquisition and consolidation that there's still some fluidness to it. We received the materials that indicate you have 4 direct reports. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I have, because of the restructure, so I have 4 direct reports. It's the commercial, operation, the sport, and the marketing.
So is that the entire company? So you, as a result of this restructure, will be the Chief Executive Officer of all things digital for IGT?
Yes, but the group IGT in general have also part of the senior management. We have the business unit CEOs, so I'm one of them, and then we have chief compliance, chief compliance and legal. We had PNC, we have CTO, studios. So we're working in a matrix structure as well.
So they don't report to you. So they're
not reporting that directly to me. There's the dotted line. They have a separate report.
Okay, so it seems that you handle sports betting and then all of the commercial side and the development side. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and you rely on these other divisions with a dotted line to support you in those functions?
Yes. So they need to, so I build so we build the roadmap, we build the commercial, we do all the agreement with the customers, and then the other verticals need to support us with our roadmap and our effort.
Is it your view that the restructure is largely completed in terms of where all the positions and all of the groups are going to settle out? Is this where it's going to be moving forward?
So I think the deal was closed only in the beginning of July, so we just started. So we're in the process of it. There's some areas that are done more than others, but I can't say it's done already. It's a process.
Okay, it's still somewhat evolving then.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Could you speak to the commercial prospects for IGT Digital around the world? Maybe let's start in the US and go from there.
So in the US, what we do on especially on the sports, it's a retail. So we make deals with the local casinos or providers. So we provide them the cabinet, so the kiosks, so the actual device to allow to put in the locations. We also provide the tech stuff, as well as the trading for all the markets. In terms of commercial, it depends on the deal, but usually a deal is a rev share plus a fix, some fixed amount for the cabinets.
Okay, and then maybe talk about a little bit of your activities in Europe.
So our market is, in terms of commercial market, is focused predominantly in North America. So it's mainly in the US and Canada. We now have a few one customer in Mexico as well. As you know, the European market is predominantly online. So there's no local kiosks and stuff for the sportsbook terminals.
Okay. Can you describe sort of a day in the life in terms of your work, what you do, and how you interact with your staff, and how that would look?
So usually on Mondays, I have my one-on-one with my direct reports, as well as other senior management that deals. So, for example, with the HR, with the compliance, to get the updates. This is usually Mondays. On Monday night, my time, we have a senior level management meeting. So that includes the business units and all the senior level managers for all the other support units. Then I travel from time to time to meet customers. So that also takes time. So I tend to travel about 10 days a month, 10 to 12 days every month. And then the rest of the week, it depends. We have some just BAU meetings, and most of them are about projects, about prioritization, and other, and right now about the merging the two companies, planning roadmaps. So quite an extensive discussions. We go we speak with the studios to go to review the games. We speak of the product to sign off roadmap features, product features, any contracts renewals or new contracts discussions.
So, given your background, which part of the job do you most directly gravitate to?
Today is purely planning and management. I think I said that the last time I wrote the code was about 15 years ago.
Right.
So today is about the planning to make sure that we achieve our budget, we achieve our targets.
Very good. Well, I know that given, as you said, the recency of the transaction and as many moving parts as you have. It certainly looks like it's a fluid situation, but you definitely have a really strong background in the space. And I think it seems like you're the right person to lead this team through all these challenges and changes. So I'm happy to support your application. I appreciate you being here today via Zoom in Las Vegas. Member Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Yeah, this was a very comprehensive report by Agent Molenkamp under the direct supervision of Matt Doyle. I don't have any concerns. They noted there were no questions, no areas of interest. You're eminently qualified for this position, so I too am in support of the application. I was just wondering, with Play Digital, they oversee the sports aspect as
Yes.
well with IGT?
Yes.
And so basically you took over the job that Mr. Joe Asher had?
So no, I took the job from Enrico. That Enrico was the CEO. Enrico Drago was the CEO of Play Digital, and Joe was the president of Play Sports. And I took the job from Enrico, and I also oversee the Play Sports as well.
You've got some very big shoes to fill. You know that, correct?
Yeah. I really like Joe. Yeah.
I'm sure you'll do a great job. I'm in full support of your application. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Sindal.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your background and I guess just a little bit more if you could explain. I noticed in our materials that you kind of went back to school a couple different times or did additional studies. If you could just kind of tell us, were you ever working towards a certain field of study or degree, or was that associated with the job you had?
So when I so originally I'm from Israel, and when I finished the army in Israel, I started to work on computers. I during my high school, and then later I studied computers. Started to work. Then I was offered a relocation. So I did the computer science, and then and then I left Israel. I tried to go back after I started to move more towards the business part of the area, less the tech. I wanted to go to study business. My initial relocation in 2002 was for 18 months. So I thought, okay, I'll start to study something else. I didn't come back to Israel until 2023. So that's why I stopped the study.
Understood. Do you have any plans to continue that at all, or? Role?
So yeah, so I like studying. I think I have different hobbies now. So when I go back or when I have the time to do it, I'm not sure it's going to be a business. Might be cooking or might be other stuff that are more for the soul. But in general, this industry evolve all the time. So I'm studying, but formally I currently don't have the time.
I appreciate that. And can you share, you said that you started consulting with IGT and then before you full on started employment there. Can you explain how that started, your relationship with IGT?
So towards the end of 2020, I was approached by Enrico Drago back then to review the business, the digital business. I was recommended by someone that was doing consultancy for IGT at the time. The question was, can you review the business and let us know what do we need to do in order to become number one in North America? So I took the role and gave my report. I think it was around April 2021. And following this report, Enrico asked me, "Do you wanna? How about taking this report and make it happen?" And I always said that yeah, I made the biggest consultant mistake, to recommend what to do to move on. But I joined, and 3 years after we became number one. in North America. So, and I'm still here.
Congratulations. That's a great story. And I commend you. I think you took some time off. Is that right? Before you started even consulting for IGT, you left that 365, and that was just for personal, spend time with your family. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Well, and you've never been licensed in Nevada, but my understanding is you have licenses in other various jurisdictions. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I'm happy to support your first time license here, and you're eminently qualified, and your background is really quite amazing from a kind of a tech background in computer science to work your way up to management and planning. So great job, and I wish you all the success as you move forward with IGT.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sendell. With that, I'll accept a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you. And we wanted to thank Agent Nick Molenkamp for his work on the application and doing the background investigation. He was very professional and a pleasure to work with, and we thank him.
Thank you, Mr. Giordano. Very good. With that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Tate Operations Irrevocable Trust for registration as a holding company. You also have the applications of Carson City Gaming Company LLC, Burnley Nugget Corporation, and WCW Corporation for a transfer of interest is noted on the agenda, and for the approval of continuous transfers of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Lowell Chichester, Abby Tate, Carter Tate, and Tate Operations Irrevocable Trust for finding of suitability as a shareholder, member, trustee, and/or beneficiary as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer. My name is Sally Aloyan, member Sindall, and member Assad. I'm an enrolled agent, and I work with the Tates to facilitate their applications and other gaming-related issues that they may call upon me. At this time, we'd like to extend our gratitude to you for permitting Abby and Carter to appear remotely from their respective college campuses. And I have Scott Tate, I have Christy Tate, and Lowell Chichester here today to answer any questions that you might have. I'd like to thank the Investigations Division for the work on these applications and facilitating. Actually, this is a culmination of a big reorganization and plan by the Tates to move their organization forward. And so with that being said, they're here to answer any questions you might have. I do, just for clarification for the record, if when you are speaking with Abby Tate or Carter Tate, if they need to ask me a question because they are unsure about what happens, I've worked it with IT that we can, with your permission, we'll mute the mics. I can give them a quick call and then come back on the record. I doubt that it'll happen, but if it does, I just want everyone to understand that that's how we would like to work it if possible.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That sounds fine.
Okay.
I appreciate everybody appearing today, both locally and remotely. I guess maybe Mr. Tate, if you could just speak to the plan here, what the purpose of all of this is, so we can have that on the record.
Yes, sir. This effort started about 1.5 years ago, and it's a lot of administrative type activities. I consider it as administrative type activities, financial in nature. A lot of it was driven by the tax code of the United States. And as we all know, the tax code changed a little bit earlier in the year. So there was a big push, it seems like, for a lot of this type of administrative efforts with the state planning this year, as some law was scheduled to expire. That was changed this year, so the effort and push was reduced. We, as I indicated, we started this 18 months ago or so, and we thought it would be best to go ahead and move forward with infrastructure to facilitate transfers in the future. And it's just pure financial and estate planning. That's all this is. I mean, the operations of this business fall right here with me.
Understood. And both Abby and Carter, they will not have any involvement in the business moving forward.
They will not. Well, not any. I visit with them quite a bit now that they've become more of age. I find them interesting to talk to and inquire of. My son turned 21 last year, I believe, and so he actually had the opportunity to intern with a gaming manufacturer this summer. So he's exposed to the business. It was exciting for me to visit with him about that. I visit with my daughter periodically about it. You know, how many of her friends have a sports wagering app? I just do a lot of surveying. You know, I'm very curious as to what people are doing. Sports wagering in the country is interesting to me. Regulations around it is interesting to me, both professionally, collegiate. My son's a collegiate athlete. He has to sign a disclosure communicating that he will not participate in collegiate wagering. So I just find those things kind of interesting.
Very good. I appreciate that. And we do want to talk to both Abby and Carter in a minute here. But could you speak to how it came to be that Mr. Chichester was designated as the trustee?
Sure.
And speak about your relationship, I guess.
Mr. Chichester is a great guy. He's been involved. He's CPA by trade, so he's shares common interest with me, and we talk a lot about financial affairs, industry affairs, things of that nature, and I've done so for 25 to 30 years. That I've been associated with the business 31 years, intimately, and around the business for 36. And so Mr. Chichester's been kind of a mentor to me, actually. Probably, I don't. Like most men, we probably don't talk enough as much as we should, but when we talk, it's pretty direct and pointed, and we get to where we need to go. But he's a really great guy, and as we know in life, it's hard to find good people and with good hearts and genuine intent and interest. And I find him to be one of those. I call him again. I should call him more often, but probably every 2 to 3 months. And usually when I'm walking early in the morning. And he's walking early in the morning up the hills in Reno. But we'll converse about industry matters and things of that nature. Again, his background in accounting and finance lends itself well to this, and he is a friend.
Very good. And of course, we want to give Mr. Chichester the opportunity to talk about you. So, so if you would, sir, maybe from your perspective, you know, what do you see as your role here as trustee, and maybe from your perspective, describe your relationship with Mr. Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, Madam Secretary, I'm Lowell Chichester. I've known Scott for, I don't know, a long, long time. Our paths crossed often early in our careers. He was building his casino business on his side, and I was working on the casino business side with Bob Cashel and his family. I was involved in casinos in Winnemucca, and I guess Scott and I first got thrown into the room together when the board started requiring the cash flow statements. And so we actually met together and worked with the board and the agents here on a workshop. And I think that's when we really started to click. In about 2010, Scott stepped in with his resources and helped my wife and I in Winnemucca get through a little bump in the road there. He provided machines, a system, but more than that, a lot of gaming 101, slot 101, that sort of thing. And we just became closer. And like Scott says, we talk often, we think often. Through this process, I've become more involved with Christy Tate, and I appreciate what these two have done. I mean, they built call it an empire from scratch. They have multiple locations in multiple cities in Nevada. They're straight up, straight shooting people. And when Scott asked me to take on this role, I was honored.
Very good. I appreciate that. And clearly I see the friendship and respect between you gentlemen. And that has come out loud and clear today. That's an important thing, certainly in this role. So thank you for that. Very good. I will turn then to Abby Tate. We see you there. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. We appreciate you being here. Why don't you, this is your first time before the board. Why don't you
Yes, it
introduce
is.
yourself if you could and talk about your background and what you're doing right now and maybe some thoughts for the future.
All right. So my name is Abby Tate. It's Abbie Tate, Tate. I'm currently in a Master's of Medical Science program in St. Louis at this time, but I was born and raised in Fallon, Nevada. We moved to Reno, Nevada to pursue some educational opportunities. That's where I went to high school, and I attended undergrad at Washington University in St. Louis. So that's when I first moved out here to St. Louis. And then after graduation, I worked in Cleveland for the Cleveland Clinic as a medical assistant. And now I'm back in St. Louis getting my, working to earn my Master's of Medical Science here at St. Louis University. My goal is to go to medical school. So I'm currently in the process of that application cycle. And so I don't necessarily know what the future holds for me in the immediate future, but I hope that it is medical school and eventually residency, and I'll take it from there.
Well, we appreciate that. And something you can't see is the parental pride that both of your parents have in watching you give information today about yourself. So we thank you. We really appreciate you appearing for the board. And, you know, you are a shining example of a student and a young person who I think is doing all the right things. So we congratulate you. I'm certainly happy to support your application.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move to Carter Tate.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carter Tate, Cartertate. So like Abby mentioned, I grew up in Fallon, Nevada, and then we ended up moving to Reno for educational purposes. I went to high school at Bishop Manogue Catholic High School. Afterwards, I transitioned to studying at Cornell University, where I'm currently a junior. I'm a member of the wrestling team and I'm studying computer science in the School of Engineering. Go ahead.
Please. No, please go ahead.
After this, I'm going to look for a career to start a career related to software and data analytics.
Very good. I'll get it out of the way. I'm a College of Agriculture in 1991. So I don't often get a connection to an applicant, so I'm going to take it when it's there. So very good. We appreciate you being here. And how's the wrestling team doing?
Pretty good. We're just starting our season. It's looking like we got a decent team, and we're excited to see what happens.
And the Cornell wrestling team has always been highly considered, I know, for many years. I assume that's still the case, right?
Yes, we've been pretty successful, consistently a top 10 program, and looking to keep that consistent.
Very good. And so you understand why you're here today and what this is all about generally?
Yes.
Very good. And so it's interesting, your father said that you had an opportunity to intern for a gaming manufacturer?
That is correct, yes.
And how was that experience for you?
It was very interesting. My dad has talked a little bit about his work, but not frequently, and I really hadn't had a chance to understand what it was all about. And over the summer, I've just gotten to learn the industry a lot more and its intricacies, and that has been very interesting for me. And it's helped me understand kind of my dad's work as well, which is just, again, it's very interesting. So it was a great experience, and I'm really grateful for it.
Very good. Well, you two are a fine young man and a great example of the youth today. And, you know, I look forward to seeing you graduate from Cornell and move on to bigger and better things. So how cold is it there right now?
Right now it's a bit warmer today. It's been colder this week, so it was around in the 30s as the high, but it is what it is. It's good though.
Yes, and it gets a lot colder, as we both know. So yes,
Yeah.
thank you very much. I have no further questions for the group. I thank you for that. Member Assad.
Can I interject right there? It is completely fine for you to tell him he needs a haircut, by the way. Go ahead, next time.
Well, I will say this, because I have personal experience of this. If you're running late for class and you get out of a shower and run to class with hair like that, it will freeze.
It does. Yes.
So-
Yes, it does.
So take that for what it's worth, and I'll leave the haircut to you and your dad for your next discussion.
Thank you.
Member Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. This is a very comprehensive report by Senior Agent Christina Lundeen and under the direction of Deputy Chief Matt Doyle and Supervisor Chris Doyle. A very comprehensive, very thorough application, very straightforward. I understand why you're effectuating this process. So I don't have any particular questions or concerns at all. I just want to comment that there's no greater accomplishment in your career, setting aside your financial success and your casino and business endeavors than raising two beautiful children. You should be extremely proud. I know you are. And I just want to congratulate you for that. That is probably the greatest accomplishment in your life. And I'm sure you'll be looking forward to the next chapter when they produce some grandchildren for you. So congratulations.
Thank you very much. Member Sendall.
Yeah, thank you. Just to kind of tag on to the chairman's questions to each of you, for Mr. Chichester, I just wanted to clarify for the record that is your role as the trustee. You're not receiving any compensation, is my understanding, or can you clarify for us what?
That is correct. I don't want or expect any compensation. My role will be to review financial statements and tax returns and be the administrator of this trust. Scott and Christy have been, I would say, overly open with me through the years in business operations or any other questions I might want to ask either of them. About 4 years ago, Scott invited me out to Fallon. We spent a day just going through all of his companies, all of his financial statements, bringing me up to speed then, I guess, and maybe in preparation for this day, I don't know. But through this whole process, if I ask Christy or Scott any question or for any document, I get it immediately.
That's wonderful. And thank you. And I know you have an extensive licensing history in Nevada.
Yes.
And I'm happy to support you in your role here as trustee in this matter. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Member Sindel.
Ms. Abby Tate, thank you for sharing a little bit about your background and your studies. I did notice that you do teach some ballet, so I had to ask if I know your brother's doing wrestling, so I had to ask, are you doing ballet? Do you still do ballet or do you still teach?
So I started ballet when I was 3 years old, and I've continued training that since. I will say that probably since graduating, I did take a little step back from it just because of some logistics and class-wise. But while I was in Arizona for a little bit, I did have the opportunity to take some classes with Ballet Arizona. So that was an extremely rewarding and fun thing to get back into. But it's definitely something I miss, and I would like to get back involved in terms of taking class. I don't necessarily see teaching in the foreseeable future just because of time and logistics, but would definitely like to get back into taking classes.
That's great. And then also I noticed in your materials that you do help kind of work or do office work for the company, for the family business, the Carson Bonanza property in Fallon. Do you still do that when you're home?
It depends, but I would say that I started back, I think it was maybe 2012, just doing groundskeeping work and picking up trash and things like that. And so I think it's kind of evolved a little bit, but then once you turn 21, it's my understanding that you're able to have a little more, just the rules are different. And so there's some of that continues on. But mostly just here in St. Louis, busy with my studies and work.
Oh, you definitely have a lot on your plate, but I did notice that you, and I'll get to your brother too, have worked for the business. I think that's great to get some work experience too.
Mhm.
And then just for the record, as a beneficiary to the Tate Trust, is it correct that right now you don't really have any responsibilities related to the gaming operations as they currently stand? Is that correct?
That's correct to my knowledge.
Okay. Well, thank you, and thanks for presenting. I'm happy to support this transaction and your role as a beneficiary here. And I did have a couple questions for your brother, Mr. Carter Tate. Congrats on wrestling. Do you plan to take that any further once you're done at Cornell?
I probably won't wrestle myself. I might do a little coaching if I have the time. But I maybe will train a little jujitsu or learn some other form of martial arts. But no.
And then I'll ask you this kind of the same question I just asked your sister. Is my understanding is as a beneficiary, you will have no responsibility in the gaming operations with this approval. Is that your
That is correct.
understanding? Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you. And you know, to be 21 years old and you know, presenting before the Gaming Control Board in such a formal capacity, both you and your sister have done a great job. I still remember, I think the first time I served on a jury, I was 18 years old and I was so nervous. So you guys did a great job. So thank you. Happy to support your license as well in this role as a beneficiary. The last thing I wanted to mention to the Tates was my understanding is under Reg 8.030 sub 3 that you're requesting a continuous transfer of interest here today over a 5-year period. I don't think that we've really discussed that in detail in the record, so I don't know if you wanted to address that just to get that on the record. And my understanding is generally that currently there'll be a 1% transfer in 2025, but the purpose of this over a 5-year period here from 2025 to 2030, the plan is to gradually transition 45% of the non-voting ownership interests from the 3 entities, the Carson City Gaming Company, the Fernley Nugget Corporation, and the WCW Corporation. Is that your general understanding? And if you could just confirm that for the record.
That is correct. It's exactly as you indicated.
Okay. And my understanding is the Tate Trust currently holds no assets, and the purpose is to hold ownership from these gifted interests that will be transferring into per the approval of this transaction.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to support that transaction, and it's nice to meet the whole family. And I feel like Mrs. Tate, I've met maybe like it was one of the workshops.
It was a restricted workshop based upon the
bankroll formula.
The bankroll formula, which just came out with our new,
yes,
I think we received it on Monday.
Oh, great.
The new calculation. Yes,
I
that
kept
was
looking at you. I'm like, I've met this. I've seen this.
It was a wonderful opportunity to bring a wide variety of restricted operation
licensees together
to brainstorm it.
Well, thank you for participating in that. And I'm glad to see that that's come to fruition and to see you here again today. That's all I have, Chairman, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Member Sendell. With that, I will accept a motion on these applications.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the following condition. Continuous transfers of interest for the years 2026 through 2030 must be administratively approved by the chair of the Nevada Gaming Control Board or the chair's designee prior to the conclusion of each transfer, and such approval is contingent upon providing documentation concerning the source of funds for each transfer and such other documentation required by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Investigations Division. Notice must be provided to the Nevada Gaming Control Board at least 30 days prior to each transfer.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you and good luck to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best. Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted item number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of Boomers Sportsbook LLC doing business as Boomers Sportsbook, doing business as Ojos Locos Sports Cantina y Casino Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Ojos Locos Sports Cantina y Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, racebook and sports pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. It is also the application of Lucky Lucy D LLC doing business as Ojos Locos Sports Cantina y Casino to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the Racebook and Sports Pool, including off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering operated by Boomers Sportsbook doing business as Ojos Locos Sports Cantina y Casino Racebook and Sports Pool.
Mr. Asher, before we begin, I just want to, first of all, could someone shut that door, please? Thank you. I want to separate this application into two pieces. We'll begin with the Boomers piece and then from there move on to the Lucky Lucy piece. But I do want to keep them separate for the moment. We'll ask questions as to you and then move on to Lucky Lucy. So with that, please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sandal, Madam Secretary. My name is Joe Asher, and I'm the President and CEO of Boomers Sportsbook, Nevada's only independent sportsbook. With me today in Carson City is Dave Grohlman, our Senior Vice President of Sportsbook Operations and Customer Support. At the outset, I'd like to thank the board staff, especially Agent Ryan Finnegan, for their work on this application. Our application today is for a license to operate a racing sportsbook at the Ojos Locos Sports Cantina y Casino in North Las Vegas. Robert Wright is the general manager of the property, and I believe he is appearing today by video. Ojos Locos is conveniently located just off the Interstate 15 at the Cheyenne Avenue exit in North Las Vegas. It is a property that caters to the Mexican and broader Hispanic population, and it's a terrific location. Some may remember its previous iterations as the Lucky Club, and before that, the Speedway. It is owned by Jeff Fine and Seth Shore in their Fifth Street Gaming. The property currently has a William Hill sportsbook, but Fifth Street has given notice to William Hill that they are terminating the lease effective the day after the November 20 commission meeting, when we plan to open for business if you and the commission approve this application. I very much appreciate the support of Jeff, Seth, Robert, and Joe Kane of our business. The plan is for this location to be a kiosk-only location. It will have 4 kiosks and allow patrons to sign up for the Boomers mobile app. The kiosk-only approach was the preferred operating model of Fifth Street, as it allows them to reclaim some of the space that's currently serving as the staffed sportsbook. We will be assisted by some members of the casino's team, as well as what we call our Boomers ambassadors, in signing up Ojos Locos customers for the Boomers mobile app. We are really happy that customers in the North Las Vegas area will be able to conveniently access the Boomers product, sign up for our mobile app, and take advantage of our various offers, such as the $250 deposit match, the -105 on every NFL regular season game, and all of the other promotions that we've been offering. One in particular that's proving popular with customers is our point spread insurance, where you can bet on a selected game, and if the favorite wins but doesn't cover the spread, you get a refund of your bet up to a set amount. I think Boomers being a competitor in the market is good for customers. We're telling them to check the price and take advantage of our pricing when it's better than what the competition is offering. You'll hear us talking about this more and more because while William Hill, under Caesar's ownership, has decided to increase their price, we passionately believe that there is a nice business to be built by offering customers a good bet at a fair price. If you and the commission approve this application, Ojos Locos will be the 5th Boomers Sportsbook, and we now have 5 additional race and sportsbook applications pending with the board, with more to come. So we look forward to continuing to appear before you in the months ahead. Thank you for your consideration of the application, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. So we'll begin with questions of Mr. Asher as to Boomer, and then move to Ojos Locos afterwards. So Mr. Asher, this all began, this is actually the first matter I ever heard as chairman of the board in July. And so here we are, short or long, 5 months later. Tell me how business has been going. Give us a business update overall.
Yeah, well, big picture, I'm happy with where we are. We have 4 locations, Elko, Ellis Island in Las Vegas, just off the Strip, the Casino Valley Verde in Henderson, and the Fandango here in Carson City. where people can come in, bet over the counter, and then, of course, sign up for their mobile app as well. You know, generally, I sort of think of it as three legs on the stool, right? We have to convince casino operators to put a Boomer Sportsbook inside of their casino. I think when we were here back in July, I sort of thought that maybe we'd get to 10 locations after a year. And with the ones pending before the board, you know, we'll sort of beat that target. So I feel good about where we are with that. Then it's about signing up customers for the app in what's a mature market, right? Everybody who is interested in a sports betting app most likely already has one, or at least one, in Nevada. And so getting on people's radar screen and getting their interest and that translating into them, you know, making a trip to one of our locations to sign up is something that we spend quite a bit of time on. And, you know, it's brick by brick. You know, you're building it up. We start at zero and then we build up from there. And I'm generally pretty happy with where we are in that regard. And lastly, it's about retaining those customers. And it's early days, but so far, I think we're doing a pretty reasonable job in keeping the customers that we acquire. And obviously, the new locations are very, very important because it's all about getting people to make that trip into the casino to sign up for the mobile app if they're so inclined to do so. And geographic proximity is something that's very important. So I think between Ojos Locos and then a number of the additional properties, you know, we're working towards building out that statewide footprint that we talked about back in July. We got a lot of work to do. There's, you know, things in the market that, you know, maybe we're not too crazy about, but we have to adjust and try to do the best we can. And you know, overall, though, I think we're pretty happy with it.
When you were here in July, you were just getting going, of course, with the mobile app, working with IGT and all that. Is that at a place that you're happy in terms of the development of that since July? How has that gone for you?
It's gone well, and the feedback from customers has been positive with respect to it. So you know, there's always things that we want on the development roadmap, and then, you know, you prioritize those between sort of level 1, level 2, level 3, and you try to figure out how much work is involved in getting them done. And then, you know, we need to get IGT to work on those things versus, you know, any other things they might be working on. But it's been a very positive and collaborative relationship. Gil Rodham, who appeared before you earlier, is somebody who's ultimately responsible for that business, but Joe Bertoloni is the one who directly oversees that business, and Joe has been very helpful in trying to get our needs met as best as they can service them.
Is your staff, you had the dream team here when you came in July, is the staff right-sized, or do you feel like you'll have more growth in terms of needing additional individuals?
Well, we're now up to around 48, I think. I think back in July, we were thinking that we'd be around 30 by the time we launched. And so we've, you know, grown and continue to grow from there. As you add more sports books, you have to add a few more people. But, you know, that core nucleus, you know, it's a very scalable business. And so they can support the current business as well as what we hope to grow into.
I noted certainly that in addition to the sports pool, there's a race book application. Can you speak to the thought process of how you'll use that?
Well, we talked back in July about, you know, the potential for change around pari-mutuel horse racing, in particular with the elimination of the disseminator requirement. And so I think it's, with respect to this property, it's open-ended as to how we might ultimately use it. As a matter of practice, I think we'll always want to get the race license, and I spoke with Agent Finnegan about some of the history behind that during when I spoke to him yesterday. So I think we'll always look to get the race license, and then how you use it is very much dependent on the specifics of the location.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. I wanted to ask you more generally, given your leadership position in the sports betting space, obviously with recent events with the NBA scandal and other things. With respect to prop bets, can you speak to that issue and maybe some thoughts? I mean, obviously Nevada licensees weren't involved, certainly, but can you speak to whether they are continue to be a safe form of betting, and if there's anything that you could suggest that could be done to make them safer?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. There's quite a bit of complication to the issue of around prop bets. With respect to the most recent NBA scandal, of course, it's largely because of the legal and regulated market that these things come to light, versus in the black market or the unregulated market, where if something nefarious is going on, it doesn't get reported. So there prop bets and prop bets on individual athlete performance are a very wide area, and there probably is room for some regulation in this area, quite frankly. There's I bet on sports, and I happen to like to bet on Jalen Hurts and whether or not he's going to score a touchdown in an Eagles game, because you've got the tush push going for you, you've got the scramble, and what have you. That's a prop bet on an individual athlete's performance. That's very different than a prop bet on whether or not Jontay Porter is going to attempt more or less than a 3-point shot in a particular game. And so it's quite different when you're dealing with top athletes, or maybe it's starters versus lower level athletes, bench players. There's also difference in professional athletes versus college athletes, but there aren't very easy lines to be drawn around this, because of people do like to bet on whether or not Hurts is going to score, or maybe it's A.J. Brown reception yards, or Pat Mahomes passing yards in a Chiefs game. And to me, anyway, those are very different bets than how many points Terry Rozier is going to get in a particular game. And there's some discussion about, well, maybe you limit it and let people bet the overs or the yes, but they can't bet the no. But that's not really a perfect answer. And so when you read in the press about outlawing prop betting, I think that's clearly a negative, because that just pushes people into the black market or the unregulated market. But I do think there's room for regulation around this, because what is important is that in a given jurisdiction, all of the operators are playing by the same rules, and that the same standards apply to everybody, and the bet offerings can have some consistency. So there isn't a fear that, well, if we don't offer this, but our customer is, or our competitor is, then maybe we're going to lose business to that competitor. And look, you didn't ask about it directly, but it sort of bleeds a little bit into now with discussion around prediction markets, which are essentially totally unregulated, and yet in many jurisdictions competing. But for this hypothetical, regulation at the CFTC level. So there's quite a bit of complexity to it. There's no, simple solutions such as ban it all or only overs and not unders and so forth. But I think it's an area that's open for regulation.
I appreciate that feedback very much. And much of what we do is a continuous improvement project based upon the circumstances, and so we're always looking to improve policy and to get input such as that. So we appreciate that. And I can say, from my perspective, I'm certainly prepared to support Boomer's application in this matter. And with that, I'll ask Member Assad if he has any questions.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Straightforward application. I'm in full support of it, obviously. To pick up on the last line of question, I'm of the mindset that if we really want to keep the federal government out of Nevada, the sports books, the people who are looking at that computer screen, whoever that particular person is, under the supervision of the director and so forth, should be really cognizant of something that's a red flag. You got Jonte Porter, who nobody ever even heard of. If he, you see, normally you might get a couple $100 bet on the under, and all of a sudden you see $30,000, $40,000 all across the screens everywhere popping up, from William Hill to STN to Boomers to whoever. That obligation rests upon that individual to notify his supervisor. That supervisor needs to notify the Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division and say, hey, something is really fishy here. You guys need to get down here and check out these people that are making those bets, especially if they're a bunch of kids from Arizona State University, like happened not too long ago, and bring them in and sweat them and find out, what's going on, who are they betting for, what information do they have by way of insider information, and we need to get ahead of the federal government and the federal DOJ and the FBI. Why are they always the ones that are getting the headlines and getting to get all the credit for spotting these scams? Nevada Gaming Enforcement Division should be ahead of the curve. They should be the ones that are investigating and exposing this. And otherwise, you have Senator Dick Durbin and Senator Blumenthal continuously talking about a federal commission, and they can come in through the guise of maybe social gambling. We have to prevent problem gambling. We have to prevent college athletes from being sucked into this dark web, whatever excuse that. And then they have about 10 different things that they want to implement. And of course, then comes a federal tax to pay for all these employees that they want to hire, and probably take over a big chunk of what the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division does. So I think your thoughts maybe on what responsibility do the sports books have in terms of spotting these that are pretty obvious to me. I mean, Terry Rozier, over and under 21, and all of a sudden he gets $30,000-$40,000 of bets on the under, and everybody else is in the $100 level. It's pretty obvious. Why aren't they calling up the Gaming Enforcement Division? And should they? And maybe even, as you said, possibly a regulation to that effect, to try to get ahead of this situation and get ahead of the federal government. So do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, Judge. Oftentimes, something that may happen at one sports book, obviously it doesn't show the whole problem, right? We don't know what bets our various competitors are taking. And then sometimes it takes something coming to light to then cause an operator to go back and look at what happened in a particular thing. Well, we had the issue this past weekend with the UFC fight that's been in the press, and we went and looked at what bets we had on the fight, and there was one that stood out amongst others, and we called the board, the enforcement division, earlier this week with respect to that. I think it was on Monday, and so yes, operators, I think, have an obligation to report this matter to suspicious activities to the board. To the extent that it needs to be made clearer, great. But I think broadly speaking, operators have that obligation already and should do so. And then the board can then be sort of a central source of information. And in the past, I think has probably reached out to various sports books saying, "Hey, have you seen anything on this event or that event?" and so forth. So I think that is something that's quite important.
Do you favor a regulation maybe in that area? Do you think that would be helpful?
Well, I mean, I think the obligation's there. I mean, obviously I defer to the board's counsel, and I'd have, I'd probably want to go back and and talk to Scott about it and see, what's in the existing regulations. But certainly if the board feels it's not as crystal clear as it ought to be, then yes.
Yeah. And then there's been a lot of discussion about banning these prop bets altogether, certainly on the college level and maybe even on the pro level, and certainly as you described, maybe with secondary players, but just leave it up there for the starters. I'm of the mindset that if you try to eliminate the proposition bets on any and everybody, that it's just going to drive it to the underground, offshore, the black market, and that the only way to really stay on top of it and help law enforcement and expose it is to rely on the sports books and the computer screens to pop up flashing red lights or something, bells and whistles, when you have some unusual betting activity. What are your thoughts?
I think there probably are lines that can be drawn around, starters versus lower level players. I mean, I looked into this in advance of this hearing, and what are we doing? And it's mostly been it's starters and no college. The no college is sort of tough too, because there's a big difference between a University of Delaware game, to give a plug for my alma mater, like the chairman did earlier, versus Alabama versus Ohio State in the national championship game, and whether or not the quarterback is going to throw X amount of touchdowns or interceptions, right? So there's such a wide disparity that I think the line drawing is difficult for sure. But there is probably room to do something, because when you're dealing with these lower level players, how much business are you really driving to the black market, on them versus, Jalen Hurts or Pat Mahomes or Josh Allen in the NFL, for instance, is a very different breed that has, and a broad base of players are interested in that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm of the mindset that the more bets that you offer the general public, the more revenue and tax revenue for the state. Why should we be eliminating an entire category of options and bets because you might have one bad apple here and there? And it's better to put it out there and catch that bad actor on that secondary player, let's say, who might be tempted, like a Jonte Porter. We want to catch these people, and if you don't rely on Nevada and the other sports books around the country, you're not going to catch them, because they'll just get away with it somewhere else. They'll offshore, some other place will have that bet up there, and you'll never be able to catch them. And if they don't want to take the bet in the Caribbean islands or Gibraltar or wherever, then we'll never know about it. They might just reduce it to a $200 limit, and we'll never know that these bad actors are out there. So if you really want to be positive and progressive and catch these people, I think just put it all out there. Let them try to come in and take a shot, and we should be able to catch them. So you mentioned something about Caesars was increasing the price or something. What did you mean by that? How are they doing that?
Well, as you know, Judge, traditionally in the NFL, it'd be minus 110 on each side of a particular game, where you put up 110 to win 100. Obviously, we've gone with a promotion and go to minus 105, but the standard across the industry is minus 110.
Right.
And we would call that a 20-cent split, if you will, right? Because minus 110, the difference between the two is 20. What they've done, and I've got a whole bunch of examples on my phone, they're now stretching that out on a lot of NFL games to 21 cents, right? Where it might be minus 111 on one side, minus 110 on the other. Maybe it's minus 114 on one side, and 07, for instance, on another. And so, that's very, very small. It's very small, right? It's just, instead of 20, it's 21. But at the 20-cent split, the theoretical margin is 4.55%. And if you increase that by 1 or 2, it starts to increase, the overall margin. And you can do that when you have substantial market power, right? So that, and we talked about this back in July, there's some markets where, they're the only game in town, and certain areas, maybe, they're the only app on a customer's phone. Maybe the customer doesn't notice it, or it's so small that they don't really worry about it, but fundamentally it's increasing the price. Obviously, with our sort of check the price mantra that we're trying to get out there, we're trying to encourage customers to take a look at that. And by the way, there's other aspects of it as well. I'm just focusing in on the NFL because it's so high profile and it's going on right now. But that's been done with respect to baseball and the splits in baseball also. So that's what I mean when I say that they're increasing the price. Obviously they're entitled to do it. That customer makes the bet, he makes the bet. But we're entitled to make sure that people become aware of it and see it. And hopefully that's a reason for them to want to bet with us.
How was the -105 working out? Do you get much action?
Yeah, we do. We do get a lot of action with respect to it. But again, it's from people who are aware of it, who have heard of it, because we've got to get out and reach people, and people are doing what they're doing, and they have their jobs, they have their families, and maybe it doesn't register on their radar screen. So the more we get a chance to talk about it, I think the better it is for customers, and the better it is for us.
And you also mentioned something about you're not too crazy about certain market conditions. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, it's I think what I would say in this forum is that when somebody has substantial market power within a given market, they have to be sort of careful about how they're using that power so as to not be anti-competitive with respect to what's being done. And there have been some things that have been a cause for concern that we continue to assess and to monitor. And, at this point, obviously, we continue to try to fight through it as well.
Any example you can give, or anything we can do as a regulatory body to create a level playing field? I think that's what you're getting at. You want a level playing field.
Correct. That is what I'm getting at, and maybe let me sort of think through things, and then maybe we'll come to the board with some specific thoughts.
Great. Well, thank you. I appreciate that discourse. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Member Sindall.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation. It's nice to see you here again today. I did want to just talk a little bit about, I understand that you're going to be demolishing and remodeling the current race and sports book, and kind of who's going to be responsible for that cost, and kind of just generally the agreement basics on who's responsible for what.
Yeah, we're paying for the demo of that particular area. It's not a huge amount of money. And then it'll be refreshed, and we'll put the kiosks in. The timing of it, I think, is a little bit unclear as to when we do it, because the current plan would be that the day after the commission meeting, William Hill moves out, we move in, and we want to get up and running as quickly as we can, and then try to figure out the optimal time to do the work in the least disruptive way.
Got it. And then can you share a little bit about your marketing plan and rollout for this particular property?
Yeah, well, there will be what I would think of as sort of conventional type of marketing. We're going to be working with Ojos Locos and the operators there on marketing initiatives, reaching out to their database, in particular, advertising on billboards nearby, near the property, also looking at advertising with respect to Spanish language radio to get the word out that, Boomers is here and it's now convenient to you. Come on in, place your bet on the kiosk, sign up for the mobile app. So, as I think we may have talked about previously, each of these markets is different, and we're trying to be geographically targeting the surrounding areas so that we can get on people's radar screen and then get them incented to come in and open an account.
That's great. And then I think you just briefly touched upon it, but do you have an anticipated start date then of upon approval then and GC approval?
November 21st.
Okay. And then is there an end date then to the current contract with William Hill?
I believe
That
it was month to month, and I believe they have been given notice to vacate as of that date.
Got it. Those were all the questions I had related to Boomers. So thank you.
Very good. Okay, thank you very much as to that. Mr. Asher, now I believe we have Mr. Wright here. Is that correct?
I believe he's joining by video.
Okay.
And I see his name up there on the screen.
I do as well. Could someone shut that door, please, and leave it shut? Thank you. Mr. Wright?
Good morning, Chairman and board members.
Good morning. Will you be on camera at this point?
I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, there it goes.
Will you be on camera?
Yes.
There you go. Very good. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. I guess let's start with what led to the decision to take Boomers on as your race and sportsbook solution?
So truthfully is William Hill. William Hill, since Caesar took over, they've had such a trying time of keeping the sportsbook open, the counter open, and they went through a lot of growing pains. And our relationship with Joe and his team.
How important is the action you take on sports to your overall operation?
So it's gaming's gaming. You got to get people in the building. So a lot of people come in and use those kiosks. They bet and they stay and eat, or they're playing some slot machines. So yeah, it's very important.
Okay, I appreciate that. I want to talk with you a little bit about two reviews that were done by our agents of the operations of Ojos Locos. One in 2023, and then most recently one this year. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And there were in 2023, there were a substantial number of concerns raised. Could you talk a little bit about from that 2023 letter how those matters were addressed?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had this year's up. I didn't have the other one. Let me pull it up real fast, please.
Yeah, we'll get to 25 in a minute. Just wanted to first start chronologically with 23.
I apologize, Chairman.
Okay, take your time.
Okay.
So in the letter from 23, there are a number of areas related to records, procedures, and so forth. I won't give too many details on the record, but I just wanted to hear from you how you addressed those matters in the letter from 2023.
So most of the problems we had in 23 were some LET issues. That's addressed now. Live entertainment tax issues, and those issues are we don't have. At Ojos we don't have live entertainment, so that one was resolved by itself, if you will. The other things were slot records and clerical errors within the audits. We did since 23 we upgraded IGT to the newest version of Advantage. of course, we remodeled this place, O's. And as a business, Silver Nugget closed. All within, since 23. So there was a bunch of changes in the company and the accounting. So all those things have been addressed. We did have some reoccurring stuff happen in 25.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So then that's what happened in 23, and it was addressed. And then in ordinary course, there was a more recent review, as we were referring to in earlier this year, which brought about a whole host of additional matters, including the one recurring matter relating to accounting records. Do you want to speak to the recurring matter and why it would be that that was not addressed when it was first brought to your attention in 2023?
So like I was saying earlier, we did upgrade. All these things were at the exact same time. We remodeled this place, Silver Nugget closing, and upgrading the slot system. When you're upgrading the slot system and the casino, you don't have a count room. You don't have the online system wasn't working, things like that. So most of the records problems were during the time frame when we were being remodeled.
What time frame was that? What was the
I'm
exact
sorry?
time? Sorry, what was the exact time frame of that?
The time frame was late 22, early 23. So that's when most of the records we had problems with the accounting portion of it. Since then, I'm sorry.
The wagering voucher data. So was during that period? Right?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
Disclosed or managed properly, and then with respect to the reconciliation, that seems to continue on through the mid-June of 24.
That is correct. Then what it was is to be specific, the controller, when she did the NGCs, she would use in the Advantage system. I know I'm being a little bit technical and specific, but
that's okay.
She used the actual slot win to do her NGCs, where she should have been using the NV Nevada slot win, which shows a few little different numbers, and mostly a free play.
So is that a training issue?
Training issue.
And how has that since been corrected?
So since it's been corrected, I check it every month now myself, and she checks it. We've changed auditors. We were able to find an auditor from actually Circa that's doing the slots now, that has a lot more real world experience in slots. So she's doing much better. And the agent that was here helped get us through the upgrade and showing us everything what we were doing, where we're missing it.
And then thank you for that. In addition to that, there are a number of additional violations. And it was actually noted in the letter that there was concern about the volume of these violations, record retention, internal control policies, mandatory count procedures, gross revenue computations. I understand that certain of these relate to the time periods in question, but these are pretty serious matters that need to be addressed in full. Would you agree?
100%.
And as to these items, what additional measures have you taken to make sure that these things don't reoccur?
So I'm checking every single one of these items every single month, making sure that it's done and it balances on myself. The controller's also been doing it, and she's taken more of an active role on it. Most of these things, all these things are related to slots, and upgrading the slot system helped a lot, of course.
So would you take the position that as of now, all these matters are completely settled, or you're still fine tuning some of these things?
100%. They're 100% settled.
Okay. Would you have taken the position in 23 that they were 100% settled? And then only to find in 25 that there were more issues. You see what I'm getting at? It's just, it's recurring one letter that had some items, and now a second letter that had one recurring item, and then even more items. And so where you're here before us today for yet another license, it's a little bit difficult, at least from my perspective, to see that you have this pattern going back now over a course of 4 years minimum, where there's some concerns about some of these policies that don't meet the standard of what we expect from our licensees.
Correct. And in 23, I wouldn't be able to tell you that 100% sure that everything is fixed because I wasn't physically doing it. Now I am physically checking every single item. With the closure of Silver Nugget, I have more time that I can. It's one property now, which gives me more time to be more active in the accounting portion of it, not just the operations. So I can say for sure that it is now.
But, you know, it sounds like you're saying, and I appreciate you're going to be more involved in all this stuff, but what about, are there other personnel that have responsibility? Because this is a fair amount of data. It's a fair amount of responsibility to fall, you know, on your shoulders in the most direct way. What are you doing from a personnel standpoint about dealing with these issues?
So the big one, as I'm sure the chairman and board understand, is the audit. The audit is the most important thing when it comes to slots. If the auditor is doing his job or her job correctly, things flow so much easier and correctly. Our auditor back then had a lot of experience. He was from the Venetian. He was there 15 years. Unfortunately, at the Venetian, he didn't do from beginning to end like he would here. So we need to start an audit at the Venetian. It's different than here, of course, because of the size. I failed to be watching and making sure that he was doing every step that was in his checklist. And the controller did not as well. Now, with the new girl that I have now, she has much more experience. She actually knows slots more than I do in that respect, which is very good. And the controller's been trained more, and myself, and we have a corporate controller that we can rely on with Mr. Fine's property that that's helping us with the county. So we've restructured the county 100%, and that's what needed to be done.
Very good. I appreciate it. What's the intentions for the Silver Nugget property?
So that we're still trying to figure out the big picture of the property. As you know, it was an old building, and the building gave up. To just be blunt, it gave up. It was born in the 60s, and it gave up. So we're working on it with architecture to do a big plan for that property, but there's nothing done.
To reopen at some point?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I appreciate that, and certainly it sounds like there were any number of breakdowns that you have been trying to address with respect to personnel and procedures and all that. Nevertheless, you have a letter in front of me from just a couple of months ago that have substantial things that need to be worked on. So I guess from my perspective, I would support this application. However, it's hard for me to say that the burden has been met when these matters and the extent of these matters are still so new. So what I would propose to do and what I would support is moving forward with a 2-year limitation. And what that would do here is that if that were the will of the board and then ultimately the commission, that would mean that 2 years hence, on or about November of 27, you know, by then there will had been another review had, I'd imagine, by our staff. You know, the expectation at that point would be that we wouldn't have these violations, certainly not to this great extent, and certainly not a recurring violation. And so I would want you to take this period of time under this limited license to use that as incentive and give you an opportunity to continue to improve. Because frankly, from my perspective, I appreciate what you're doing, but it feels like, you know, it's not quite set and you're trying to figure some things out, which, you know, is fair enough, but I think you need some time to get it set and for it to gel. So I am prepared to support the application with a 2-year limitation to give you an opportunity and an incentive to show the board that you can move towards and then meet the standards that we expect from our licensees. So with that, Member Assad, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Given the history and the dialogue that you just engaged in, I concur. I would support a 2-year.
Thank you, Member Sendall.
Thank you, Chairman, for walking through the tax and license audit violations and letters from 2023 and 2025, and Mr. Wright for your acknowledgements. And I support the proposed limitation in the sense that we hope that, moving forward, this will provide maybe a little bit more of a incentive and insurance and check to make sure that these things, as you stated, and these changes that you've made will take place and stay in place and permanently be a routine fixture in the audit processes and the accounting of the property, as it's a very important piece, ensuring appropriate, oversight of the revenue and the functionality of the tax collection as well, and the gaming revenue in that regard. So I'm happy in that regard to support that. I meant to ask Mr. Asher one additional question, if I may. So my understanding is that there's 4 kiosks, so there's no there's no on-site employee. Do you ever anticipate having an on-site employee, and what will be the parameters in making such decision, and how will that work out?
The expectation currently is no full-time employee, but as I alluded to in my remarks, we will have ambassadors there to help people sign up for mobile accounts at certain times, and obviously our employees will visit the property for various functions, dropping the kiosks, any sort of maintenance or other types of issues, and then just regular meetings with the team there to discuss how things are going, marketing efforts, and so forth.
Thank you. And just to clarify for the record, who's going to be responsible for surveillance and security over the area where the kiosk will be in the licensees?
We'll be utilizing the surveillance that's currently in place. They'll maintain the surveillance, and then we have access to it upon notice to the extent we need it from time to time.
Great.
And it does come up. There are times when you trying to figure out who placed a certain bet for a particular reason, and you want to pull the surveillance footage.
And how long is the surveillance footage retained? If you recall.
Yeah, these days most of them are
7 days.
retained for. These days it typically is for a longer period of time. I don't know with respect to Ojos Locos. Perhaps Mr. Wright would.
Yeah, it's over 30 days.
Over 30 days. Okay, great. Well, those are the couple other points I wanted to get clarification on the record. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So yes, Mr. Wright, we appreciate your candor here today, and your efforts are noted for the record. And again, I would use this as an opportunity to continue to do what needs to be done and get it up to standard. So we thank you for your efforts. And with that, I'd like 2 separate motions. Let's begin with the motion for Boomers. Thought it best to split them in 2.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, may I just ask a quick question on it? As I understood from the discussion, there's no limitation to the Boomers application to operate the sports book. The limitation would be for the sharing and revenue on the Ojos Locos side.
That's correct. Yes. Just to be perfect. Yes. To be perfectly clear, that's the intention. Obviously, we have to take a motion, but based on this discussion, yes, that would be correct.
Thank you.
And then I guess from my point, for clarity on we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 conditions associated with this item. I guess if I could get some clarity on which conditions then therefore go to each respective application. And I don't know if we need a couple minutes off the record.
So
I think those conditions apply to boomers.
To boomers.
in looking at it, it would
Okay.
appear that they apply to boomers, yes. They're all things related to
Okay.
except for the one, I suppose. Any change in the agreement or the creation of any new agreement. Apply to both,
That would be both.
yes.
So then that one will need to be read both times. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. I'll try motion number 1. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 1. Or 8. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Number 8. Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary as it relates to application for a non-restricted gaming license, race book and sports pool only, an application for licensure to conduct off-track parimutuel race and sports wagering for the licensee Boomer Sportsbook LLC, DBA at Ojos Locos Sports Cantina E Casino, pursuant to the following conditions. The surveillance system must be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. Prior to the commencement of racebook and sports pool and/or parimutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board, Tax and License Division, pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and Regulation 22.040. Except as otherwise provided for by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, the ticket writers must be employees of Boomers Sportsbook LLC. 4, if any change in the agreement or the creation of any new agreement between Boomers Sportsbook LLC and Ojos Locos Sports Cantina E Casino must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. Last, prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required for Boomers Sportsbook LLC to convert a location from a kiosk-only operation to a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk, or from a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk to a kiosk-only operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk, prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required prior to closing for a period of in excess of 180 days and reopening thereafter either the manned satellite operation or the kiosk.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. I think in hearing this now, out of an abundance of caution, I think maybe it makes sense to have all these conditions apply to Ojos Locos as well. Maybe I'll defer to Mr. Michaela, but it does seem to be that some of these are shared in responsibility.
Chair, I don't think there's any harm in putting them on both. But I think they are geared toward the satellite operator Boomers. But like you said, there's no harm in putting them on both.
For example, surveillance system, things of that nature. There's things that, both parties have. So I think hopefully it could stand to where Member Santhal wouldn't have to reread all of those, but to the extent that you could say that to the extent they apply to Ojos Locos, that they are conditioned on the license as well.
Yes, if just in the second motion, she incorporates those by reference, that should be sufficient.
Thank you. I think that's the proper way. So with that, I'll accept the motion.
Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, subject to a 2-year limitation set to expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission November 2027 meeting, with the following condition as previously placed on the record associated with the prior motion of the same agenda item as it relates here to the application to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the race book and sports pool, including off-track parimutuel race and sports wagering operated by Boomer Sportsbook, DBA Ojos Locos Sports Cantina E Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool, as it relates to applicant Lucky Lucy D LLC.
Madam Secretary.
And just for clarification, I think you might have put this at the very beginning, but this applies to the revenue sharing only.
Yes.
I said at the end, but yes.
Oh,
Okay.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Very good. We are back on the record. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of William Hill, Nevada 1, doing business as William Hill Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at the casino at Virgin Hotels Las Vegas for a non-restricted gaming license, racebook and sports pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. It is also the application of MGNV LLC, doing business as the casino at Virgin Hotels Las Vegas, to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the racebook and sports pool, including off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering operated by William Hill, Nevada 1, doing business as William Hill Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at the casino at Virgin Hotels Las Vegas.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Gutwald and
Hello.
gentlemen here, please state your name and
Dennis
obviously
Go-
the appearance.
Excuse me, Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. Before you is Caesar's Digital Chief Development Officer, Dan Shapiro, and Caesar's Chief Counsel, Reed Horsley. Thank you for granting waivers for the Virgin Casino executives, and thanks to the agents very much for expediting this application. This is a pretty standard William Hill application that you've seen many times before over the years. They're replacing Betfred that managed the Virgin Casino's sportsbook for a while. Betfred left and William Hill is coming in. And with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gutwald. Could you gentlemen please state your name so we know who's who?
Sure. I'm Reed Horsley, counsel with Caesars.
And I'm Dan Shapiro. I'm with Caesars, William Hill.
Very good. So I wanted to ask that sports book is a pretty good size. So what's your intentions for that? How do you see that?
Yeah, the
that
sports
site?
book. Yeah, Chairman, the sports book is in very good shape, actually. It's about 1,000 square feet. So we're not coming in and making a lot of changes initially. We're going to add some additional kiosks. We think the sportsbook could use quite a few more kiosks, both in and around the book and maybe some other places on the property. We're going to change out some signage and some other things, but generally the footprint and the aesthetic is going to be very much like it is currently.
Do you have anything new in store for the location that the prior company didn't do?
Yes, absolutely. And maybe to just clarify one item that Mr. Goldwald said. So currently the property operates its own sports book using third-party technology. That happened after Betfred had left the property. So we're actually taking over from current operation of the sports book by the casino.
You're right. So what will you do differently?
Yeah. And so in terms of what we're doing, I think the big thing I mentioned adding the kiosks, so better distribution both in the sports book and the property in terms of betting. The big piece that's been missing from that property since it reopened as Virgin has been mobile sports betting. Betfred did not offer that, nor is offered currently. So we're going to give customers at Virgin the opportunity to register for the mobile app at the property, the William Hill mobile app, and from there they can bet throughout the state of Nevada using that account. And then also they can make transactions in their account, such as depositing money, such as withdrawing money. We're going to offer great customer support there for our app. We are going to have ambassadors there helping people through the process of sign up for the app or getting money on their account. So that's going to be something new for the property. And given its location, we're really excited about the opportunity to sign up mobile customers there, being right there on Paradise Road in Harmon.
When do you intend to be operational?
So if we get approval, we'd like to be operational on the 21st, if possible. It's a very big weekend in Vegas, as you might know, with the F1 race that weekend, and so and that property is well positioned to take advantage of that. So if we do get the approval, the commission, we'd be planning to open on the 21st. Property is going to be very busy that weekend with F1, so we'd like to be servicing the property for that weekend.
What are your thoughts about your ability to succeed at this particular property, certainly given the challenges that have been there?
Yeah, I'm very excited about it, Chairman. I had opportunity to take another walk through the property
a couple weeks ago with the president, Cliff Atkinson, kind of showing me some of the things they have in store for the property. I'm very excited about it, even more so than when we signed the contract. Cliff has a vision for the property. It obviously has a great history, going back to when it was the Hard Rock. And, I remember when I first moved to Vegas, going to the Center Bar there and spending a lot of time there. And I think, from what I can see what they're doing now, I'm pretty excited about their ability to bring people into the property and for us to enhance that experience by having a great sports book there as well.
Appreciate that. And that's all the questions I had for the moment. Member Saad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. Gutwell, nice to see you again, although it's not in person. And gentlemen, thank you for being here in person. I just had a couple of questions. It's a very thorough report by Agent Holland, but I just had a few follow-ups. It's going to be 8 kiosks and 4 live terminals, right?
That's correct.
And so the tickets will be interchangeable with every William Hill property in the state, or just Caesars?
That's the plan. No, just with William Hill properties. Yeah.
Everyone in the state.
Yeah.
So you can bet it at the Virgin Hotel and cash it out in Reno or Carson
Exactly.
City.
Yep.
Okay. And then we've had some issues in the past. Our hearing officers have had some issues with rescission of bets when the sportsbooks wants to rescind a bet for whatever reason. Do you have that clearly delineated in your house rules when the sportsbook can rescind a particular wager?
Well, I think under certain circumstances such as fraud, for example, we will certainly rescind the ticket. So there are exceptions like that certainly exist.
We've had some where it's just kind of like a fat finger thing where, ticket writer might have hit the wrong button by mistake, or if there's an obvious error on the board, the Chiefs are supposed to be -7 against Jaguars, but they're actually +7, and people took advantage of that when they should have known that it's a ridiculous bet. The Chiefs are obviously going to be -7. So those kind of we've had some issues with that coming up. So do you have that kind of clarified in your house rules that, the fat fingers, obvious situation, mistakes by the sports books, whether it's human error or computer error, glitch in the system, that the house does have the ability to rescind that bet?
Yes, I believe we do in the house rules. Not having a copy in front of me, I couldn't cite exactly what it is, but
Yeah, maybe you could check that out. Just make sure you do, because it makes it easier for our hearing officers to, adjudicate that matter. And then so overall, I mean, William Hill you've got to have over 50% of the market share in the state, right?
Well, we have 100 sports books in the state. This will put us right around 100 sports books. And yeah, we have, in terms of both the retail and the mobile, we have, pretty good footprint built up around the valley. And I think, that we're, still investing a lot in this business. And, as you can see, we're still growing it as well by adding new locations. And working with casinos that see the value of having us in their property.
Would you say it's over 50% of the Nevada market?
I think it's probably right around there. I don't have the exact number up to date, but it's probably give or take that number. Yeah.
Okay, 'cause, I mean, I just have some concerns, regarding, say, antitrust issues and so forth, where you're dominating the market and creating an unfair playing field for the smaller competitors. So just, kind of keep that in mind moving forward, that we'd like to have the bettors have a fair shot and a fair number, and the competitors also need to have a competitive, equal level playing field moving forward. So otherwise, that's all I have. I'm in full support of your application.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Member Sindall.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. So my understanding is it's a 10-year sublease agreement that you currently are entering into. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
And then William Hill will have sole control, supervision, direction, and responsibility over all the employees that work on site. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes. There are some employees coming over from Virgin to work for us, and we're having some internal employees transfer over there as well. And then we've also done a search for external employees as well.
Gotcha.
So all under our control.
And then there's a few conditions associated with this item, that being one of them that we just talked about. But are you aware of those conditions, and do you agree to the
Yes.
conditions proposed? Okay, great. I think all my other questions have been answered. And again, I think you said you're going to start up or take over once upon approval, NGC approval.
That is our plan. We'd like to get started as soon as we can on the 21st to take advantage of F1.
Got it. And I guess, do you have any plans for some sort of rollout or marketing plan with the William Hill branding, the property?
Yeah, we've been working quite closely with the Virgin folks. We're having regular marketing and operational calls with them. It's going to be very busy that weekend, so we've got some cross promotion with the hotel and the casino that we're working on for that weekend, and then really looking beyond that into NFL playoffs, Super Bowl, March Madness. I think we've got some really good, exciting things that we're working on with the property.
Great. Those are all my questions. I'm happy to support your application here today.
Judge.
Yeah, thank you. I forgot to ask you about this. The UFC fight the other day that was fixed. Was it your property that gave the bettors back the money, or some other casino? I can't remember.
We did do that.
Okay.
Yep.
And in the same vein with the NBA type of that the discussion we just had earlier about prop bets and obvious red flags that should go up when you see Terry Rozier gets $40,000-$50,000 on the under 21, 22 over number, when normally it might be a few $100s. What is William Hill doing about that? Are you notifying the Gaming Enforcement Division?
I believe we are. Yes, both the Gaming Enforcement Division,
Vincent, of course,
in Nevada and other jurisdictions. We also were official partners of all the 4 major sports leagues, and so those arrangements have integrity provisions in them, and so there is communication with the leagues on matters such as that as well, and we're having continued dialogue with them, in light of sort of some of the issues that have been out there in the market lately. So
yeah, I mean, I would like it if you would just have a speed dial to the Gaming Enforcement Division here and notify us right away. And if somebody's betting, what is it, over $3,000, they have to produce an ID?
That's right. Yeah.
So, you have the ID, the driver's license, who's making these bets, and just notify Gaming Enforcement if you see something suspicious like that, so that we can get ahead of the curve on all this and not wait for the federal government to come in and say, hey, look what we found here in Nevada. They're not doing much about it, so we'll take over. We'll do it. So
absolutely,
that's my
Judge.
concern.
That's exactly what we did.
Yeah, I want to keep the federal government out of here as much as possible.
Yeah, and with this matter over the weekend, that's exactly what we did with the enforcement division.
And is it like email or phone call? How are you notifying our enforcement folks?
I think it's usually by phone.
Yeah.
We immediately get on the phone and let enforcement division know that there's an issue.
Good.
We
Good,
don't
I
wait
appreciate that.
by any means.
Yeah, great. And document it too, send an email follow-up and get the driver's license, get these individuals, their names and so forth, so that our folks can check it out.
Absolutely.
Great, appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I too support the application, but I had one more question. Can you talk a little bit about how you progress your app and how it evolves in terms of changes? Do you get feedback from customers, or how does that process work?
Yeah, thank you for the question. There has been a lot of development in our app done over the last 4 years or so since Caesars bought William Hill. We've had several hundred developers working on the app all the time, and so kind of you look at where the app is today. In fact, I was looking at a study that came out, or a survey by one of the top research firms in our space, and sort of ranked our app nationally, not just in Nevada, the number 4 app in the whole country. So way ahead of everybody else in Nevada. So, you know, a lot of this investment and development over the last few years is really starting to come to fruition with our app and the product that we put out to our customers. So it goes a lot further than the pricing. There are, you know, depth of markets and types of bets that the customers want to bet, whether it's things like same game parlays, which are very popular throughout the country. We put a lot of investment in our in-play betting product as well, making sure that, you know, during whatever it is, an NFL game, NBA game, that our odds are up as much as possible during that game so that customers can get their bets through. And so a lot of that has been development algorithms to calculate the odds and accept the bets. That's just one example of the types of, you know, improvements we've made to the app over the past few years. Other things such as being able to cash out your bet early, which is something that is not available widely in the state. It's something we allow customers to do. So, example, if your team is up by a touchdown and you sort of want to take your funds now and your win now, we offer that ability to do that. And some of the algorithms and pricing behind that are very complex. And so that's a lot of what we've been working on over the past few years to really offer customers what they want. It's all in response to the customers. We do a lot of surveying of customers. We do in-person focus groups regularly around the country to understand, you know, really what do people want to bet on, because, you know, Nevada is a very important, you know, market to us, but we know we have very, very intense competition outside of Nevada as well. And we, you know, want to have our app at parity with all those competitors as well. So.
Thank you for that. And then while you're here, I'll ask, what's your view about, you know, prop bets and whether or not they might need some more regulation or things that can be done to make sure that they're, you know, fairer and not subject to fraud?
Yeah, it's something we're looking at. I mentioned the leagues, you know, reach out to us to have discussions about some of the matters that are out there. You know, the way we look at it is, you know, we're not gonna, you know, put up propositions that we think are subject to, you know, tampering or fraud. And so, you know, a lot of the depth of markets we have are not around those sort of single, you know, player outcomes, you know, that have been the subject of you know, some of these other scandals that are out there. So it's something we're looking at all the time and evaluating what our menu looks like of props, and then getting feedback from regulators and from customers as well, and the leagues.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Shapiro. And with that, I think we're ready for a motion. Thank you.
Great. Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 9, as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, pursuant to the following conditions. 1, prior to the commencement of computerized racebook and sports pool and/or pari-mutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division, pursuant to Nevada Gaming Control Board Regulations 5.225 and 22.040. 2, the surveillance system must be installed, inspected, and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the Nevada gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. 3, except as otherwise provided for by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, the ticket writers must be employees of William Hill, Nevada. 1. 4, any change in any agreement or the creation of any new agreement between William Hill, Nevada 1 and MGNV LLC must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. And last, prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required for William Hill, Nevada 1 to convert a location from a kiosk operation to a manned satellite operation, or from a manned satellite operation to a kiosk operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk operation, prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or Chair's designee is required prior to closing or reopening a manned satellite operation.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Drayzig?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to Agent Jeff Holland. That was the first time I worked with them and it was a pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Gutwald.
Thank you.
With that, we stand adjourned until 1:30 PM to begin our restricted agenda at that time. Thank you.
Yes. 1:30.
Yeah, that's my fault right now.
Last time there were no breaks.
Yeah,
So 1:30, right?
It just lasted so long last time.
I see you guys, 1:30.
Everything's all secured, so I can handle this.
Yeah, I believe so. Now we can. There's no button.
And I wouldn't do any testing, it's still.
Yes. There's no way.
And we'll get some food.
Yes. Have you tried it in Canada?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I used to go all the time when we do the meetings with them.
Oh, yeah.
We come down to this room, we're right up there at the Lander building.
Yeah. I don't know why I was trying to order something online, but the website is not working. There.
Going right over. So
Yeah.
if you're gonna wait here.
Yeah, I'm going there too. My office is there, so.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We are back on the record for our 1:30 p.m. calendar. Our first item of business this afternoon is a consideration of the matters on our restricted consent agenda. The board's investigation agents have worked up detailed files on each of these agenda items, and reports have been submitted to the board members. No areas of interest or concern were uncovered during the investigations, and because I am not aware of any questions or issues with any of these items, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for this meeting. Madam Secretary, please read into the record the items on today's restricted consent agenda.
Restricted number 3 is the application of the Timbers LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications for registration of the Webster Family Gaming Trust as a holding company and for finding of suitability of David Lloyd Webster and Cheryl Larson Webster as a trustee and beneficiary of the Webster Family Gaming Trust. You also have the application of the Webster Family Gaming Trust for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 5 is the application of Johnny Mac's Water Street Tavern LLC doing business as Johnny Mac's Water Street Tavern for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of John McGinty for licensure as a member and manager. Restricted number 6 is the application of Lexi's Bistro on Raiders Way LLC doing business as Lexi's Bistro for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 7 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Terribles number 398 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 9 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Fuel Bros El Capitan for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 10 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at The Spot for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 11 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at the Irish Spot for a restricted gaming license.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion on these items amongst the board members?
None by me.
None by me, thank you.
Thank you. So with that, would either of my colleagues care to make a motion?
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda items number 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, and 11 on the restricted consent agenda as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. For restricted agenda items number 5 and 6, a sign of appropriate size, which has been administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, must be at the entrance to the location indicating that the slot machines are available to the public to play and that patrons are not required to pay a cover charge to engage in gaming. For restricted agenda items number 7 and number 9, conditioned as follows. The surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Very good. With that completed, Madam Secretary, please read into the record restricted item number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Red Apple Market for a restricted gaming license.
Very good. And please come to the podium as to restricted number 1. And make an appearance for the record, please. Looks like we have individuals in Las Vegas. Good morning, sir. I don't think we can hear you. Maybe hit the button on the mic.
Can you hear me, guys? Okay, there we go.
Thank you.
Yes, for the record, I'm attorney John Wickett, and I'm representing Mr. Eunice in this application. He's here with me.
Very good. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hi, good afternoon.
Did you have a affirmative presentation, or would you just like us to move into questions?
No, you can move into questions. The only thing we wanted to put on the record is that you required a 1-year service contract with a slot manager, and he's entered into a contract with Best Bet Machine, which you should have a copy of at this point.
Very good. Thank you for that. Mr. Eunice, can you give us some background? I know this is your first time before the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Give us an idea of your background, Let's start there.
Yes, hi, my name is Marvin Yunus. Background, what can I say? Yeah. I started working as a cashier and then little by little start saving some money and I purchased this market and people started asking about the gaming and then I looked how to apply and then now we're here.
Very good.
Yeah.
That's good. What made you want to get into gaming? It's your first effort in game. What made you want to do it?
To be honest, like people, they always ask in the market, like, about the gaming and this. If you see, I've been in the location for 5 years. And finally, now I'm going to get it. Yeah, so just about people, neighborhood ask. We have more seniors. They want to play in our store. So that's why we applied for it.
Thank you. So, as you know, I believe gaming is a big undertaking with a lot of responsibilities. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And could you give me, your attorney indicated that you entered into an agreement with Best Bet. Could you tell me what your understanding of your relationship with Best Bet will be in the next year and what your responsibilities will be under this application?
Yes, I signed up for 1 year with the Best Bet. If we have any problem with the game with the machines, they will come and fix it, and they basically they're gonna teach me everything about the gaming, about the machine, how to open, how to close, how to fix. Yeah.
And it says in our materials that you're in charge. You're the supervisory person as well as the count person at the location.
Yes.
All right. Just in a brief response, Mr. Yunus, how do you intend to balance the role at this location with your other obligations? You certainly seem busy and you have other matters that take up your time. How are you going to be able to balance all of it together?
To be honest, every day I work. From 7 all the way to 10, 11. I'm always available and I work. We have to work for our families.
I appreciate that very much. And
thank you.
It shows when doing some quick math that this is approximately 80 hours a week plus for you.
Yes, I do. I work.
The only other thing that we would point out is there is additional staffing at the store,
Yes.
including shift managers that can take on some of his existing responsibilities in the event that he needs to focus exclusively on a gaming related issue.
Okay. I appreciate that and certainly respect and understand your need to provide for your family and to work as hard as you need to feel you need to do it. So that's understood. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Those were all the questions I had. Member Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Agent Raybold did a fine job on preparing us with her application. And I don't have any particular areas of concern. I just wanted to mention that you did take the restricted gaming course. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find it informative and helpful?
Yes, I learned a lot of stuff. It was 2 hours. Yes.
Okay, very good. So basically, you're not going to be spending 80 hours completely at all these locations. You'll be supervising some of the other employees, and
of course, yeah.
It's just too much. 80 hours is just too much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good. All right. And then, Mr. Whitkin, anything else that you want to bring to our?
No, not at this time.
Okay, very good. And, I'll be supporting your application. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Judge. Member Sindall.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for being here, Mr. Yunus.
Thank you.
I noticed in our materials, it says you were born in Iraq.
Yes.
And when did you come to the US?
I came in 2009.
2009. Okay, and did you move to Las Vegas at that time?
No, it was when I first got here. I was in San Diego.
And what made you move to Las Vegas?
More work, more benefits. I think here, like just was working. So it was like I said, 1 year in San Diego, and they offered me a job here, and I liked it, and I came here.
Who offered you a job here?
It was Vegas market. They offered me better hour and better pay, and I like it. And then I moved the next day, right away.
And then it sounded like you kind of mentioned that you moved here and you saved up. And is that when you bought Red Apple Market back in 2020, once you had the ability, finances to do so?
Again, sorry.
He's asking, when did you buy Red Apple?
Oh, Red Apple was about 2020, 2021. It was around there. Yes.
But you don't own, you also work at other locations, is that correct?
I do. Yes, I do. I do work. I work at Family Food Mart. I am a manager there. And I also own Vegas Market. You see in the application. So, yeah.
Do you have
Like I said-
any, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, go ahead. No.
I was going to say, do you have any thoughts or perhaps in the future look to adding gaming to your other Vegas Market location as well?
Yes, I will apply for that one also.
Okay.
Yeah. But
do you think-
after when I finish here, sorry to cut you.
Once you kind of get used to it and get your
Yes.
first license.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that you took the restricted license compliance seminar. I think just last month, a couple weeks ago.
Yes. Yeah.
Good. Well, you do work a lot, but
I know. It's always been like this. So I'm always working. Never. We have to work hard for our family. So
well, sometimes, as you get older, you're gonna have to probably cut back on some of those hours.
I'm still young. I'm still
Yeah,
not very
still
young.
young.
Maybe another 15 years.
Got it. Okay.
Yes.
Well, you're a hardworking man. I'm happy to support your application and support your first license, gaming license.
I
And,
appreciate it. Thank you.
and I wish you all the best of luck. And maybe we'll see you again here then when you decide to put in gaming at Vegas Market.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Sendall. I too, Mr. Yunus, will support your application, but I do want to make sure that, moving forward, you understand gaming is a privileged license and there's a lot of requirements. You have very capable counsel there by your side. So if something should come up that you're not sure, feel free to contact your counsel. It's very important that you have the best advice, and because moving forward, situations arise and you want to make sure that you are doing everything that you need to do to protect your license in this privileged environment. So we appreciate the entrepreneurial nature, the hard work, and what you do to provide for your family and to be involved in the community in these capacities. And so I will support the application. And as Member Sendall has said, we look forward to seeing you again as to your next location. But just be very careful and make sure if you don't know the answer to it, get advice, because things tend to snowball from there. So that would be what I would say. But beyond that, wish you well. And at this time, I'll support a motion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. The surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. Second, prior to the issuance of the state gaming license, the licensee shall enter into a service contract with a licensed slot route operator. The term of the contract shall be for at least 1 year period of time.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you and good luck to you, sir.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you,
guys.
members.
Terrific. Thank you. With that, we'll turn to Restricted item number 2, Madam Secretary, please read that into the record.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Owens and Lamb LLC doing business as S&K Market for a restricted gaming license and the application of Samim Bidi for licensure as a member and manager.
Very good. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Please take your appearances.
Good afternoon. David Brown, on behalf of the applicant who's right next to me, Mr. Biddy. And with your permission, I just give a very brief presentation.
Please. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
First, we'd like to both thank Agent Party. She's been a pleasure to work with and helped us every step of the way. Mr. Biddy, as I know you're all familiar with his background from reading the application, has worked incredibly hard to get here. He's got 2 brothers that are Las Vegas residents that also have privileged gaming licenses. He opened his first business in Las Vegas approximately 2 years ago in a different market where he runs a fish and sandwich shop. He's been involved with that business and learning a little bit more about gaming through the, I guess, the property owner who owns the market. He just has a little corner of the store. He's also been working with his brothers. His plan, Mr. Biddy's plan, is if he's successful in getting the license to start spending more and more time in Las Vegas as he gets older. He'd like to consider relocating here, but he understands that he will be away every other week at least with his family in San Diego. He has already submitted a key employee application. He's done the gaming seminar. Understands that even though he's not going to physically be at the store all the time, he's responsible for everything, and he's happy to give a brief presentation as well and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. That would be appropriate. We'd appreciate it. Mr. Biddy, please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Samim Biddy. I came to the United States in 2001, got married in 2011. Have 3 beautiful daughters. I moved into Vegas. I opened business in Vegas 2 years ago in 2023, called Captain Sam's Fish and Chicken. And thanks God, we're very successful. And I would like to expand more.
Very good. Given the fact that you live in El Cajon, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so how do you intend to properly manage this location?
I have key employee and a manager.
Okay, so that they'll work with you.
Yes, sir.
How many hours a week or a month, I should say, would you intend to be at the location?
So as of now, I'm in every other week. I'm in Vegas for 4 to 5 days, and I'll do my best to do more.
Very good.
Yes, sir.
We show an incident back in 2020 DUI. Looking back on that, I know that's a number of years ago, but could you maybe state for the record what you have learned from that, and how we can certainly have comfort moving forward that that type of activity won't recur?
Yes, sir. So I did go to the wedding. Was my best friend's daughter. So I did drink and drive. I was not supposed to. I learned from my mistakes, and I will never do it again.
And you've completed all of the court mandated requirements
Yes,
as a result of
yes,
that?
sir. Yes, sir. I did all the programs.
Okay, I appreciate that. And obviously,
Thank you.
that's something that we take very seriously here.
I understand.
As part of suitability.
Yeah, I learned from my mistake, and I'll never do it again.
He knows he made a tremendous mistake. There's no excuse for doing it. Going to the wedding, there was supposed to be another person that was a designated driver. That person ended up getting more intoxicated, and Mr. Biddy made a one-time awful decision. And since that time, he has not drank and drive once. He immediately took full responsibility, pled guilty to the charge, and he's embarrassed for what happened, but he's confident it'll never happen again.
Thank you for explanation.
I appreciate that statement from you, counsel, and from Mr. B on the record. It was 6 years ago, I guess, or 5 years ago, and you completed, and your your debt to society and what was necessary. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So that's good. Who will be the key employee at this location?
Claudia.
Okay, can you tell me about her background?
They own the gas station, SNK Market. So I'm purchasing the gas station from them.
The key employee.
Yes.
He's asking you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's her.
Okay.
Claudia, yes, sir.
So she's selling it, but she's going to stay on.
Yes, sir.
Have that right?
Yes, sir. Her husband is selling and she's staying key employee. She's selling the business and she was stay key employee she will work for me.
And how many hours a week will she be working for you?
40 hours a week.
Oh, so she'll be a full-time employee.
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. I appreciate that. And
thank you.
You know, with acknowledgement of the DUI and moving past that, I am prepared to support your application. And I have no further questions. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. Brown, nice to see you. And Mr. Biddy, thanks for being here as well. I've read the application and I'm in support of your application. I don't have any concerns or questions at this time. So good luck to you.
Appreciate your time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Member Sindall.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. VD.
Good afternoon.
So my understanding is you own some different businesses in different states. Can you tell us a little bit about, you own some in Michigan, some in California, some in Nevada. Can you explain what's active and how much time you spend with all of those businesses?
Yes. I live in San Diego, California. I do have 2 liquor stores in San Diego and 2 cell phone stores as well. Metro PCS by T-Mobile. And I do have a warehouse in Michigan, but it's not active. It's just real estate.
Understood.
And I'm sorry. And I have Captain Sam's Fish and Chicken in Las Vegas.
And this is your first time being licensed for gaming?
Correct.
In Nevada or anywhere else?
Yes, ma'am.
The chairman asked you some questions about your 2020 DUI. Can you just explain for me a little bit more since that time, how you've changed your actions now if you decide to go out and perhaps have drinks? What do you do, or what do you do differently now to ensure that situation, or in that instance, you're relying on somebody else and they let you down to be responsible designated driver? What are you doing and how are you changing your actions moving forward since that time to ensure that doesn't happen again?
Since then, I've been using Uber.
That's a great use of Uber.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. And do you have any other plans to install gaming in any of your other locations in Nevada?
Yes, I do. It's in 240 North Jones Boulevard, called QKL Liquor.
So there's a new business he's looking at opening, separate, not to any of the existing businesses, but if this were to move forward, he's looking to have more ties to Las Vegas and spend more time out here. So he's got another property that he's looking at.
Yes.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Yes.
Well, I hope that works out. I appreciate your candor and your response in addressing what occurred in the past, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you so much.
Very good. With that, then I will accept a motion.
Thank you. Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. A key employee application must be on file with the Nevada Gaming Control Board at all times and refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you again.
all.
God
It's a
bless you.
pleasure. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Bye.
Very good. I believe this then brings us to restricted item number 4. Madam Secretary, please read it into the record.
Restricted number 4 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 42298 for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application for licensure of Nam Sahai Inc. to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 42298. You also have the applications of Bharat Takia and Bainu Takia for licensure as a shareholder, director, and officer as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Thank you. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Debbie Cornine. I am the Director of Compliance, Century Gaming Technology. Also with me today is Mr. Jeff Donato. He is sitting here at the table with me. And we are here. He is here on behalf of the business operators. And with the board's permission, I have a brief affirmative presentation as it relates to item number 4, as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
That's very good. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, by way of a little background, on December 18th, 2024, Century entered into an agreement with the business operator whereby Century, as the slot route operator, would utilize space at the premises for the purpose of installing gaming devices on a participation basis upon licensing of the business operator. If approved, Century contemplates installing 5 gaming devices at the location, utilizing approximately 75 square feet of gaming space. The total square footage of the location is approximately 4,050 square feet, and the retail space at about 2,100 square feet. And maximum occupancy of this location is 30. The store is located in the county on the corner of Southeastern and East Flamingo Roads. It is currently open and operating as a convenience store. My understanding is there has been some questions with regard to the proximity of the location to St. Viator Catholic Community. It is my understanding that there were no other particular areas of concern. However, I'm available to answer any questions with regard to the proximity of the location to the church and with respect to regulation 3.010 and the fact that the location is less than 1,500 feet from a church and school. Century reached out to the St. Viator Catholic Community and to request feedback on the operation of gaming so close to the location. We spoke to someone at the school, and his name was Mr. Terry Campbell. He's the property managing director. That is my understanding. And this individual stated that they had absolutely no issues with gaming. He's a longtime Vegas resident and has, had no issues at all with us having gaming at that location. Additionally, I would like to make a note that this store is basically a relocation of a store that was across the street. This is a new built 7-Eleven. Mr. Donato can probably add a little color to that, but I believe part of the reason for the relocation was to have a newer, better store, larger footprint so that they could add gasoline. And if I've stated that incorrectly, but I do believe that was part of the reason for the relocation. I don't, because there has been gaming, close to this location for a long period of time, I do believe that, there should be no reason not to, have it at this new build location.
Thank you for that. As I also understand that there was a communication with the Clark County Business License Department. Can you describe that?
It was simply that they have approved the convenience store at that location and would approve the gaming as well.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
there
I just wanted that on the record as well. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Very good. Mr. Donato, do you have anything to add?
Just for clarification, we did do a location suitability for that new location for both liquor and gaming, and that was approved by Clark County, which required us to post signs on the property, both fronting Eastern Avenue and Flamingo. So those that are passing by or those in the area would be made aware that that location was deemed suitable to have liquor and gaming at that location. And again, this is a relocation of the store that was from across the street. My understanding is that lease was up, the term had expired, and instead of renewing the term of that lease, they decided to take the opportunity to take the hard corner at Eastern and Flamingo and build this new store that does have gasoline, a much bigger footprint. And also would like to put on the record that both applicants have taken the restricted licensee compliance seminar. Mrs. Takea took hers attended the seminar on October 14th, and Mr. Takea attended the seminar on November 12th. I'm sorry, Mr. Takea did his on October 14th of 2025. Mrs. Takea did hers on November 12th of 2024.
Very good. Mr. Donato, who will be the key employee at the location?
The applicants will be on site overseeing the day-to-day operations. So they do not have a key employee. They will be on site.
Okay. Very good. And do they have other obligations, business obligations besides this location?
They do. So they have a total of 3 locations, store 29652 and store 42298, which is this location. And Mrs. Takea, she also is involved with store number 25578. Is that correct?
Yes, that's good.
That's correct. And so she on the 3rd location of 25578, her son is on that one, and both her and her son were before you, this board, not too long ago for approval of that location.
Very good. Can we briefly talk with Mr. and Mrs. Takea?
Yes.
Good afternoon, members of the board.
Good afternoon. Thank you for appearing here today. With respect to the location, will you be able to discharge your obligations? I would want to hear directly from you your thoughts around meeting your responsibilities in view of your other responsibilities. How will you manage your time to make sure that this property and that this particular location is handled appropriately from a gaming perspective?
I mean, me and my wife, we both are involved with the business. We oversee 2 stores every day between 3 to 4 hours each location. So we take care of both stores, and we have other employees, manager on duty, assistant on manager on shift in each shift. And we both are actively involved in each location.
Very good. And so you went to this location because it's more advantageous. The lease was up, so you decided to move to this location.
Basically, 7-Eleven built brand new store with the gasoline and with the changing environment with the bigger store and everything else.
Very good. Well, I appreciate that. From my perspective, you have met the obligations under 3015 as well as 3010. So I intend to support the application. I appreciate you being here. Member Assad, any questions?
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Yes, thank you for being here, folks. I remember you were here last year, I guess it was sometime.
Yes.
How's everything going since your last appearance here?
So far, so good. We, enjoying our business.
Great. Well, congratulations on that. And we love entrepreneurs like you, and we just wish you all the luck in the world. I, too, will be supporting your application. I want to wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Assad.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Member Assad. Member Sendal.
Thanks, Chairman. Thank you for being here. I recall seeing, I think, Mrs. Takea with your son, was
Yes,
it? Earlier in
yes.
February, yes?
Uh-huh.
And everything's going well there, as the judge asked?
Yes, everything was going very
And
fine.
how's your son doing, being in the business?
He is more active than us.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That's where I keep saying younger, even though you can work more
Yeah.
hours. So you guys should
Yes.
be working less than him, and you should be putting him to work more. And did I notice that Mr. Takea became a naturalized citizen just last year?
That is correct, ma'am.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
I also noticed you've been licensed twice before us. And I think Mrs. Takea licensed 3 times before?
Yes, yes.
That's great. Obviously, you guys are well versed in what you're doing. You've taken the seminars, as Mr. Donato pointed out, the license compliance seminar. There was a sufficient showing of suitability by your counsel, your representative, I should say, on the record regarding the Reg 3.010 location suitability. So I'm happy to support this application, and I wish you guys all the best. as you move forward.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Member Sandal. I think we're ready for a motion.
Wonderful. Well, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. The surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Thank you very much, Member Sandal. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And we'd like to thank Senior Agent Wilson for all her work on this application.
Terrific. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thus then to restricted item number 8. Madam Secretary, please read that into the record.
Restricted number 8 is the application of Market Gaming LLC doing business at Smith's Food and Drug for a restricted gaming license.
Very good. Thank you very much. Please state your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Dreitzer, Member Judge Assad, Member Sindall, and Madam Secretary. I am Jamal Goodrich, in-house counsel for Goldenrod Operations, here on behalf of our wholly owned subsidiary Market Gaming's space lease application for a Smith Food and Drug in Henderson, Nevada. Would you like a brief affirmative presentation?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Smith's Food and Drug Store that will be opening in Henderson, Nevada. It is gearing up for a January opening date. It will be located at 560 North Stephanie Street. And this will be an expanded grocery store that will open in the Galleria Commons between West Sunset and West Warm Springs in Henderson, Nevada. I think we all know this next to the Sunset Station. This Smith's Marketplace is an expanded department store version of the traditional grocery store and will occupy just under 130,000 square feet in the former Burlington and Dollar Tree storefronts. Offerings at the store will include grocery, pharmacy, electronics, and other retail products, along with our gaming alcove. And specifically as it relates to our gaming alcove, that will be 441 square feet. It will house 15 standalone multi-denominational games. The location hours for the store will be 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. However, the gaming alcove's hours will be 7:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. And Market Gaming already operates, well, Smith's has 150 locations nationally. They have 46 in Nevada. Market Gaming operates at all 46 Smith's locations here in Nevada, 45 grocery stores and 1 C-store. And so this will be our newest location that we are excited about.
Very good, Mr. Goodrich. I appreciate that. Can you tell me how it will be staffed and so I understand the shifts and the number of people needed and that sort of thing?
Yeah, so we're going to essentially run it like we do all of our operations. There will be most likely 1 main person there. We do have a number of grocery store attendants that are employees of our company, right? And so we do intend to have a manager, but we will be rotating essentially our grocery store attendants at this location.
Very good. Thank you. There was a question about the placement of the ATM. It appears that the current diagram was insufficient as the placement its proximity to the machines. Do you have a comment on that?
Yes, and we've been in contact with Agent Spurlock, who did the investigation on this and did a wonderful job. But there will not be an ATM in that gaming alcove. I believe there was some miscommunication between the location and us as a slot route operator. That has been cleared up. We do have new diagrams we will be submitting to the board, but we have notified Agent Spurlock that there will not be a ATM inside of this gaming alcove.
But so you'd understand at this point, you'd accept the condition related to a diagram requiring the ATM to be outside of the alcove, correct?
Absolutely, Chair.
Very good. Thank you. I am satisfied that this application is sound, and I'm prepared to support it. Member Sendall.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Goodrich.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your affirmative presentation. I think the only thing the chairman hit on the ATM and the condition are, the only other thing I was going to ask about is, are you still anticipating opening on the new year?
Yes, I believe opening is anticipated for January 2026, and so it's right around the corner.
Got it. Well, I have no questions. I'm familiar with this area, and I think it's a good location, and wish you all the best and look forward to getting the updated diagram in place.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. Or Member Sindall.
Very good. Thank you, Member Sendall. Member Saad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Good to see you again, Mr. Goodrich, as always. I'm in support of the application. Agent Spurlock did a fine job in preparing us with his application, and all of my questions have been answered already. So I'm in full support of this application as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Good to see you as well.
Well, very good. I think then a motion is in order.
Great. Thank you. Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. 1, a full-time attendant age 21 or older must be on duty at all times the machines are available to the public for play. 2, prior to the issuance of the state gaming license, an updated diagram must be received and administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee.
Thank you very much, Member Sendall. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Mr. Goodrich, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Very well, then we'll turn to our next item. Madam Secretary, please read into the record restricted item number 12.
Restricted number 12 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Ace Liquor for a restricted gaming license.
Very good. Thank you.
Good afternoon again.
Hello
For the
again.
record, my name is Debbie Carnine. I'm Director of Compliance for Century Gaming Technologies. This application is we were looking to do restricted gaming at a liquor store. I have a brief presentation which does include the discussion about the proximity of Ace Liquor to Accelerated Learning Center, which is a location that has been certified by the state as a school. So it is an accredited location, and that's why we have done some due diligence with regard to that.
Yes, thank you for stating that for the record. We appreciate it. And yes, please proceed with the presentation.
Okay, like I said, this is a liquor store that is located on South Durango. It is fully open and operating and has received all of the licensing through the county as a liquor store. One thing I'd like to note is it is limited to adults only. No minors are allowed in the location. So therefore, as part of the due diligence, we wanted to note that. Also, we have reached out, Century has reached out on several different occasions to the location. One time we left a voicemail. We did get a call back and we were told that there would be a follow-up. We gave our contact information. We were told there would be a follow-up to that, and there was none. Again, on 9/24/2025, reached out again, and again, we were told we would get some information back, which we did not. And then again on 10/15. And to this day, we have not received any follow-up from the location with any indication that they had any issues with gaming. Another thing I would like to note is that Giuseppe's bar is very close to this location as well. So there is gaming in the vicinity. Gaming is not new to the area. And with that, I'm taking any other questions you may have.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the efforts that were made. Can you talk a little bit about your interaction with the Clark County Department of Business license and the indication that it is a in a commercial mixed-use zone that would allow for gaming. Can you put that on the record, please?
Yes, we've had those conversations and county has stated to us that they have complied with everything necessary to receive restricted gaming license at the location.
And they, of course, are fully, have no objection to you proceeding with this at this location.
No, absolutely not.
Very good. I appreciate you making the record for that. I think otherwise, it would appear from my perspective to be a suitable location and pursuant to NGC 3.015 as well as 3.010. So I thank you for that affirmative presentation and prepared to support the application. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer, and thank you, Ms. Cornine, for that presentation and putting it on the record regarding the Nevada regulations on this issue. So I'm also in full support of your application.
Very good. Thank you, Member Sendall.
Thank you, Ms. Cornine. And just to confirm, I have that there's 4 machines proposed at this location that you're proposing?
That is correct. 4 machines is the maximum allowed at a liquor store.
And the distance from the Accelerated Learning Clinic and Academy is 900 feet. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes, it's less than the 1,500.
Right, okay. Yeah, and I also in support of this application, and I find that you've made a sufficient showing of suitability on the record here today. So I'm happy to support your application and thank you for being here.
And thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you. I believe then a motion is in order.
Thank you. Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 12 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. The surveillance system and or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Thank you, Member Sendall. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Good luck with the location. Very good then. Madam Secretary, I believe this brings us to our last agenda item, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we're happy to hear comments from the public as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. So first, let's start here in Carson City. If anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium. Seeing none, we'll turn our attention to Las Vegas. If anyone in Las Vegas wishes to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium and state and spell your name for the record. Seeing nobody in Las Vegas and nobody interested in speaking in either location, that will close our public comment section for today. This concludes the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of November 2025. Thanks everybody for attending in person or virtually. We are adjourned. Thank you.